Not only is she back on tour, she's a champion again. Yeah! The legend. Here's Shannon O'Keefe. Yeah! Incredible. What a moment for Shannon O'Keefe.
As a reminder to our bowling fans that flash photography and the signing of autographs is strictly prohibited during competition. In addition, we kindly ask that you silence those cell phones to prevent any distractions to the athletes. This week, the field of play is at the bottom of the stairs. Belongs to our athletes and authorized personnel only. Please do not enter the field of play for any reason. PWBA qualifying rounds can be seen for free on Bowl TV. Please let all your friends and family know where they can watch the best women bowlers in the world. All right, bowling fans, put your hands together. Let's give a great send-off for round 2 with the BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Ladies, press that red key on your console and you may begin your competition. Good luck.
And with the announcements from Tennille Milligan, we are underway here for our second round of 32 qualifying block today here at Cedarvale Lanes in Eagan, Minnesota, the 2018 BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Starting you off with coverage on lanes 21 and 22. With Dasha Kovalova, Jody Wosner, Danielle McEwen, and Haley Richard, your foursome on this pair. I'm Phil Brilo. Emil Williams Jr. will be joining us again shortly. In the Bowl TV booth. After this 8-game qualifying block, we will cut this elite field down to the top 12 ladies who will return at 11 a.m. tomorrow for their final 8-game block. And after those 8 games are complete, top 5 ladies will advance to the CBS Sports Network live stepladder finals, 5 p.m. Eastern time. For Central, and there are still tickets available here at Cedarvale Lanes for that stepladder final if you care to view it in person. No other exciting way to view it. If you can't make it in person here, make sure you watch it on CBS Sports Network. Let's give you the quick rundown of our top 12. After our initial 8-game qualifying block this morning. Liz Culkin, your leader at plus 237, a 229.63 average. Rocio Restrepo just 3 pins behind and a bit of separation for those two ladies from the rest of the field. Brigitte Poplar in third at plus 162. Liz Johnson fourth, plus 153. Brianna Cote in fifth, plus 144. Josie Barnes was the author of a perfect game during game 3 of this morning's round. Barnes in sixth at plus 129. Clara Guerrero seventh at plus 121. Shannon O'Keefe eighth, plus 118. Dasha Kovalova. Bit of a struggle her final game of the block. Struggled to a 157. Still left her at plus 110 overall in 9th position. Lindsay Boomershine in 10th, plus 107. Sandra Gagora. Single pin miss in that final game. Still managed to shoot 216. Leaves herself in 11th at a plus 100 total. And Missy Parker, currently your number, at plus 97. However, there are 9 players within 50 pins of Missy Parkin. And with the way we've seen scores go up and down today, that could change bowler positioning in a game. Take a peek in over at our foursome on 23 and 24. Brianna Cote, Jordan Richard, Alicia Current, and Josie Barnes. We mentioned Barnes' 300 game. During game 3 of the morning squad, you saw the last 3 shots here on Bowl TV. And you may see that ball come back. Richards, game 7 or 8 of this block, but you're definitely not going to see it come back in game 1. Once again, this pattern has not been revealed in any way, shape, or form to the players other than what they see visually with their ball reaction. No idea of the volume, no idea of the length, no idea of the ratios from inside to outside or outside to inside. Up to the bowlers to see and react. Do that for 81st balls at a minimum. Here with 8 games of qualifying again in this block. Mentioned Liz Johnson. Liz currently in 4th. High game at 257 in game 6. Low game 185 in game 4. Only 2 sub 200 games for Liz Johnson during that early block today. And our final foursome of coverage here in game 1. Zavialova, Sandem, Boomershine, and the aforementioned Liz Johnson. Other players that are close to the number, one of those being within 50 pins of Missy Parkin, is Zavialova at plus 49. She's currently in 21st position. Closest to Missy Parker right now, Gideon Sap Schroeder at plus 82, just 15 pins behind Missy. Danielle McEwen, plus 79. Jordan Richard, Aaron McCarthy, both at plus 75, tied for 15th and 16th. Alicia Current, plus 63. Verity Crowley, plus 60. Jody Wassner at plus 55. Kelly Kulick, plus 54. Kulick, rough finish to her black. Had herself up inside the number after 6 games, after a 256 game, then improved it. Game 7 with a 230, but finished her black with 143 to drop back. That plus 54 number she's currently at. 20th position, Kulick. Current rough finish to her early black, 176, 195, 178 for her last 3 games. Cote, even with 5 pocket 7-10 splits early, the black had a good finish with 243, 232 her final 2 games to get to the plus 144 number she comes into this round with. Sandham, we saw her with some footwork issues a couple of times this morning in this area of the house. Sandham plus 35, still in relatively good shape. Minus is 2-4-10, but we saw her this morning on this pair of lanes shoot one of the toughest 190s I think I've ever seen bowled. Keeping it clean, and that's one of the reasons why right there. She picked up a 6-7-10 on that pair early this afternoon. Now she makes the 2-4-10. Only bowler you can even possibly count close out at this moment. Pamela Alvarez struggles all day long. Alvarez, no games over 200 her morning round. Other than that, all 31 other players, this elite field, still alive and battling for those top 12 spots. Saw McCune earlier today on the same pair, had some problems with some 4-9s. She flirted with it on that shot right there as we take another look. But a much more direct line to the pocket early in this block than when we saw her this morning on that pair during game 6. Once again, there was a fresh application of this pattern made between rounds. No burn squad this week here with the elite field. So look at Worcester's approach to the line. Not more than a couple of boards of belly this early in the block. Keep yourself out of trouble. Jordan Richard was hot on this pair earlier today. Two, 223 on this pair. Then she moved right next door to 25 and 26 and promptly fired 268 game 7 to get her back near that cut number. Trouble for Kovalova. Ball. She seems happy with it at first, and then you see the big snap on the back end. Spelling trouble. Getting the bowlers back to those well-surfaced pieces of equipment to battle the oil that's in this pattern. Early on the block. Wilson right there, that is a lot of 9. She'll be happy to take that on a shot that was not responsive to get back to the pocket. Rash's 10 pins suddenly coming across the bowl TV screens. Savyalova and Boomershine both with 10 pins. Well covered. Savyalova. Alicia Current. Sitting in 17th position. Current high game 254 in game 4 today. Low game, game 6 176, and 3 consecutive sub 200 games for Current. And we see Cote, and we've had that issue a few times on lane 23 throughout the course of the PTQ and early qualifying. That ball gets right of about second board. It does not have any chance staying on that particular lane. Over the cover, Sandham didn't look happy with that ball upon release, and the unenviable 3, 6, 9, 10 left to try to convert for Sandham. Johnson keeping the score sheet clean through 8 with that 5-bagger. Keeps it clean with that spare in the 9th. Richard feeling it early, bounces back off the super washout. 7 in a row. One of the many problems you can run into the 3, 6, 9, 10 combination. Boomershine with 3 9 counts her last 4 deliveries on that lane. And a nice run there by Kovalova at the 3, 6, 7, 9, 10. Seen a few more 200 and above scores than we saw this morning in the opening game qualifying. I'm sure some ball surfaces were tweaked. Some lines were reanalyzed. And bowlers taking a fresh outlook on this freshly applied pattern. Cote with 3 opens, the last 4 frames for 164. And that will definitely drop Cote out of the top 5. Be a little tough to drop her all the way down out of the top 12. But definitely any cushion she previously had has now been eaten away by that bad start. Once again, no recovery at all is developed outside of that 5th, 6th, 7th board area for these players. They try to take any bit of a scenic route. Quality toss by Kovalova to open her 10th frame. Still a possible 201 with the full punch. And another great cover by Sanum, still possible 193. Meanwhile, Jordan Richard trying to fire up the afterburners, getting in the 10th frame. Tenpin puts that fire out. Number 242. Still possible for Richard. Casual make of the 10 pin. Well placed, 7-10, if there's ever a place for one. But 2-4-0 on the board for Jordan Richard to open up this 8-game evening block here at Cedar Vale Lanes and the 2018 BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. McEwen went to the bag. She's stepping up for her fill ball. See if we can get that fill ball percentage back up today. Well played, Danielle. Well played. So our opening game of round 2 of round of 32 qualifying here for the Bowlers almost complete. A couple fill balls to go. And game 2 rolling shortly for the 2018 BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Game 10, second game of this block for the 2018 BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. I am $2 Phil Brylo.
$2 Phil.
The voice of E. Neil Williams here with us as well. And it is a busy weekend here inside of Cedarvale Lanes, no doubt about that. Not just with the bowling tonight, the bowling tomorrow morning. There's a fan fest going on as well tomorrow, if I remember correctly.
Yes, there is.
And then, of course, the Stepladder Finals live on CBS Sports Network, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 o'clock here in Eagan. And there is our qualifying leader after this morning's block. We'll have to see if she still retains that lead after game 1 of this block. 9 games overall. Once we receive that score update, we'll flash that by your eyes.
Sure, it's coming soon. Kathy does a great job. Kathy Watka generally beats us to it.
All over it.
Of
She
course
is
she
all over it. It's a beautiful thing. And Liz is our qualifying leader still, even with a 180 game. Still holds on at plus 217. Rosia Restrepo, the same score for that game, 180 in game 9. Restrepo stays 3 pins behind Culkin. Liz Johnson, her 233. You saw here on Bowl TV. Gets Johnson to 3rd. Poplar 4th at plus 147. Guerrero 5th at plus 133. Jordan Richard, Cote, Kovalova, Barnes, and Shannon O'Keefe round out your top 10. That all-important number right now. Number 12 is Stephanie Johnson at plus 86. Just 5 pins up on Jody Wosner. Just 6 pins up on Boomer, Shine, and Higgins. Just 10 pins up on McCarthy. 11 pins up on Current and McEwen. Yeah, we won't know who that top 12 is until the very last ball is thrown this evening. There is no doubt about that. As close as the middle of this field is packing itself back together. I was getting worried about game 6 this morning. They were getting a little spread out.
We were talking about that, a little separation, but
once again, when you get the fresh application of this pattern, interesting things seem to be happening for these players. Here is the lady just outside the number right now with Wosner.
a shot. A shot from Jody. Advancing through the PTQ. She's part of one of the 9 players who punched their ticket to the elite field for this week. In fact, again, talked about it earlier, but finished 8th. 242 only in yesterday to finish 8th. Haley Richard, who actually finished 9th. She was plus 40 to get in. And as Phil just talked about, expecting the 12th and final spot tonight to be very close. Come down to the final ball, let alone game. And I don't know if we've had that specific situation. I mean, that close where it does come down to the final shot in a while. So if that does take place, it'll be good to see. Good shot from Pluhowski. Looks like she has started out with urethane here this evening.
I like that move. You're riding solo out there. You're not going to hit the same pair twice.
I guess I shouldn't say started out. This is the second game of this round, so I'm not sure how she officially started the round, but she certainly looks to be throwing urethane here in game number 2 of this round. Game 10 overall, as you can see, bottom left of your screen.
And I like that move just on the basis of, yes, urethane will create carry down, but you're only throwing 5 shots on each lane. Not enough time to really affect the lane pattern solo for a single lefty. And boy, if Flahowski has to move left and straighten it out a little bit, it's not exactly outside of her wheelhouse. She can straight fire with the best of them.
She started with 237. Then Puhalski. She's been known to go on a few runs. So if we look up in game 13, and she's, I'd say, even now, I mean, she's +5. The number's 81, or excuse me, 86.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
And she's front 3 looking for front 4 here.
I'm just going to stop talking about people, just saying good things about them.
I just want to be a great guy.
Just going to not say good things about them. Jody rolling the 2. That's been a common leave or a common break, I should say. The trip 2, or excuse me, the roll 2.
Yeah, we've seen Liz Johnson do that 3 times already today. Did not do that in the first game of this afternoon block. Here's our bowler in second with Restrepo. That's right, and that's trouble. Really? Wow. Okay. I try saying bad things about people, and maybe we got some yin and yang going on right
Perhaps. Well, you know, Rowe had a shot earlier. Different ball later in the block, but very similar to where it did that, you know, for others that wouldn't, not only would it not strike, it wouldn't even reach the 1-3. Bucket for Kovalova, who again thought that was that looked pretty good. She's had a few shots that looked online. I think that she thought they were certainly solid. And it's either a split, as we saw in 21 and 22, game 1 of this round, or in this case, a bucket.
Parkin trying to bounce back from the early open. Looking for 3 after, and the 6 rattles and does nothing on that 10. We just saw Puhalski with a lucky break to make a bucket. I wouldn't call that exactly lucky, but that's not the textbook way to shoot it either. Kovalova gets the remaining 4 pins to fall into the pit.
Tell you what, on that bucket, I don't care how they go down.
Well, Puhalski spun the 3-pin off the sideboard. He came back and took out the 9-pin late.
TV set, currently under construction. Pipe and drape.
Saw some lights go on over there before. They're getting everything else set up.
Lights were being tested. We're on actually for a little bit. I think the TV booth is up. Another good shot from Liz Culkin. Said she got some new glasses, she told us last week. We had a glasses conversation at the U.S. Women's Open.
It's amazing we were out on the PBA 50 tour and watching the guys bowl, and as soon as they get done with their 10 frames, they go back to the score sheet. The readers come right on for about 80% of the guys out there. They had no problem seeing the arrows or wherever they happen to target on that lane at that time, but as soon as they tried doing their own scorecard, they They need that little extra help. And Kovalova just left that one hang right, and that thing, it almost looked like it accelerated. It just kept hydroplaning past the intended break point. It's going to be interesting to see how she's going to shoot at the spare. Because you know there's not much of any type of puddle in the middle for Kovalova. So if she tries to point it across the lane, it's going to pick up harder left. And she might get all the way across that head pin if she hooks at it. And that's what she's going to do. And it overhooks, even with, looked like urethane there. Yeah, when that pattern chart comes out tomorrow, I'm interested to see if that ratio is even close to 2-to-1, the way that these balls are reacting when they get left early.
How excited would you be to go practice on it?
I would. I enjoy the time I get to bowl in sport shot leagues back home. I was actually one of the first ABC sport bowling test leagues back in '99 and 2000. I was in one of the leagues back then, and well, the center I bowled at was Classic Lanes Greenfields. It was very close to the headquarters for the ABC and WIBC back in those days, and we had some very stringent rules that we had to go by, not just with the oil patterns, but the equipment we used as well. And in the first half of the season, we cannot use any bowling balls that had particle in the cover. And we bowled on some couple of pretty long patterns, and then we'd just have to run the tapes, get them back to the ABC. They'd check them out. We give them all the scores. In the second half of the season, they said, okay, you can use whatever bowling ball you want now. And as soon as I got a particle ball in my hand, I went up 20 pins. I could not, for some reason with my ball roll, I could not get it to roll early enough on that other pattern. And I was so many times, it was week seven, bucket, and it was just bad. And then I started kicking some of my week 7s out and not leaving as many multi-pin spares. And yeah, I went up 20 pins in average the last half of that season.
How about that?
But it was a fun experiment to be a part of back in the early days of sport bowling.
And that's come obviously such a long way in regards to just the way, patterns are created, machines,
right.
of course, as well. All of the technological advances within the sport, going back to, again, just the year 2000. So 18 years ago at this point.
Wood lanes we were bowling on still in that center. Now it's synthetic.
Wood had some Guardian still out there. I imagine there's some place that may find some last long or some last living Guardian, perhaps.
Yeah, that I haven't seen in a while. I still bowl at a center that still has wood in the Milwaukee area.
I'd like to bowl some wood lanes. It's been a while.
It's amazing because the wood, for those that are bowling historians, and like I said, the original bowling center was opened by Ned Day back in the early 40s. And Ned was one of the bowlers that was in the top 5 in the first half century of the 1900s for one of the top bowlers voted by Bowlers Journal back in the day. And so those lanes went in the 40s, and those lanes are still there today. And with all the resurfacing and everything over here, as you can see where the dish is from the front part of the lane in the maple to when it gets to the splices, where they use a belt sander to take the old finish off and then reapply it. It probably goes uphill a half inch from the foul line to the It wouldn't surprise me. Well, and I've learned a trick from players too, where if they install synthetic lanes over just directly over the old wood, because of that sanding for years and years, you usually had that uphill in the front part of the lane when you got to the splices, and so now it's usually uphill for the front part of the lane. Your ball will slow down faster. So when players go into a bowling center, they always try to find out whether it was a brand new installation, whether they took the old wood lanes out and put new wood lanes in, or they just overlaid it over the old wood. Because they know if they overlaid it over the old wood, the front part of the lanes are going to slow the ball down faster. It's the little things that these players know, and I found that out from a player or two. It's the things that these players know out here that gives them that competitive advantage where they need it to keep up with everybody else. If you know your ball is going to slow down earlier, you might not have the same surface on your bowling ball. You might not need as much grit. You might go with 1,000 grit instead of 500.
A little history from $2.
A little history, little technology, a little
$2
bit of everything.
I like it. I like that. History is always good, always important to take a step back, remember, and then kind of almost in a sense reminisce in many ways, be thankful from the times of where you started to where we are. And that is true in anything we do. Pashina. It's the 7-10 to fall forward.
Silly 7-10. Trying to stand. How foolish those pins are.
There's a good shot from Summer Jasmine off camera. I'm not going to say anything about Shannon Poolhouse. I'm just going to let her throw the shot before I get into it.
We'll give you another look at it in a second here. We'll see what happens.
I think it's just that. It's that lane.
Yeah, it doesn't pick up as quick. Take another look at this here. And it just kind of goes a little far. And she knew it right away, too, as soon as that ball was off the hand. A little quick with urethane. You don't get the recovery on the back end that you might get with a reactive resin ball.
Look, because I was going to say, don't look now, but Shannon is going to be doing something cool here.
Yeah, 3-bagger, spare 3-bagger, spare 3-bagger, and you got yourself a 250 game. Problem is, you have to make another right side spare if you're Shannon. She had to make a bucket before, and she barely got the ball over there enough to convert it. 3-pin came off the sideboard and took the 9 out. She doesn't have that 9-pin this time.
Very good shot from Missy Parkin. It was on 24. It was a bit of a grind, I would say, this or round one. There were some high scores, but not obviously as many as last week. The players, had to do a bit of grinding. A lot of spare shot, a lot of pocket 7-10s.
Yeah, we've already seen a couple. What we're starting to see the players go to is starting to see the players using some towels and such as little fans right now.
It's a little warm. Temperature. Oh, I thought that was going to stand over on
27.
Gautier, I believe it was a 2-pin, but the way the ball hit the pin, kind of grazed it and it slid and it was going down, and then it seemed to give the impression that it was going to kind of pop back up. Jen Higgins, all of a sudden with 5 in a row. A 5-time Ohio Queens champion. And just a 5-pin.
I'm just wondering if she's if there's that much oil in the front part of the pattern, or with this urethane that we believe it is. Yeah, it's just moving and just kind of dying. She may be pushing enough oil down herself to cause an issue or two. But then again, if you can start every game off with 2 3-baggers and finish with 3 spares, you're still sitting in the 230s. That's not a bad way to go every game.
And then if that pattern were to continue, by the time we get to game 16 today, she'll either be in the number or with a chance, obviously, in the final game to get there.
tough spear here. And this lane on lane 24, I've noticed a couple of times when the rack comes and sets the 3-pin down, it sets it a little bit to the left. Kind of leaves a little extra gap between the 3 and the 6, but Culkin right there stares it down and makes it happen on the cover.
Come on. Missy Parkin is 22nd, plus 65. Pashina through the nose. That's tough right there. Yikes. Plus 53 is Pashina. Still a player with plenty of time to make some noise. Higgins. Good shot again. Just burying the 8-9. Good rhythm. Jen Higgins is a player that's about due for a TV appearance as well. Oh, that's got to get a little help. Great spare. A spare for Kayla.
That was so good. I want to see that again. 'Cause it's
Talk
not
about-
easy to get that ball to hook into the right part on that 3-pin. The way this pattern is
Textbook.
still not opened up yet. Just wondering what John Van Hees told Liz Culkin between games 1 and 2 today to get her where she is now. I'll have to pick his brain between games. See what he had to say. Once again, though, for Liz, bouncing back with a 220 after that 180 start, no problem there. Wow. Oh. Hashima does not get to shoot at that 3, 6, 7, 10 again.
Did she throw a different ball?
Yes, she did. And something tells me that ball may go right back in the bag. Oh, and not even close miss of the 10-pin by Culkin. Drops her to 212.
Oh, that's just a mental miscue, obviously, and
Sorry I mentioned anything, John. And how about that for Restrepo? And that's going to put her ahead of Culkin in the standings. We'll find out whether she's the leader after 10 or not shortly. Yeah, a little more direct for Plahowski on that shot. Take a look there at the finish and just watch that ball nice and strong as compared to what we saw previously. Oh, the 8 tees there. The 8-pin gave a tease, but it finally went down. It's enough to make you suck in about an extra half liter of oxygen before you exhale. Did you notice I did liter because it was?
I heard that.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
I went metric for a second.
Did you drink a liter of water today?
I've drank close to a liter of Mountain Dew. I need to get some water pretty soon. I had a little water at lunch, but I do need more. You saw the reaction from Kovalova when that ball made the move towards the 3-pin. And she's finding herself in a world of hurt this game. 132 in the 9th.
Well, that's a pretty serious thing for Dasha. In 8th at plus 101, dating back to the end of round number 1. She has gone 157, 191, and now best she can do here is shoot 162. So she's been giving back pins
in bunches. And the tough part is it's not easy to get them back in bunches out here. The number of 250 plus games you could probably count on 2 hands for 32 players today. And 8 games to be, well, now 9 games going on 10.
235 for Jen Higgins. That's a big jump for Jen. Left, of course, a few out. Would love to add 20 more, but 234 will be suffice. This will be a plus 114.
And the momentum stopper for Wosner leaves her with a maximum of 223. And once again, the tough part, judging how much that ball, if you're trying to cross the head pin from the right side, how much that ball is going to hook on this looking like very flat pattern. See if maybe she moves to the left side of the approach and tries to shoot at it off the left corner. Nice and direct, textbook cover. Did not try to hook that an iota. Well, Jordan Richard looking to pop 242 on the board. Another big game for Richard early in this round. Bounces back off of a big split in the 6th frame and looking to close out with the last 6. Over on 27 and 28. Wow, and the 7 almost stood for McCune as well. Beginning game 11, right next door on 23 and 24.
Great spare. Second one of those we've seen in just really a few frames. Shot by Katie Ann stops Schroeder. As we begin 23-24 in game 11, Shannon O'Keefe is letter A. Shannon O'Keefe is letter B. Maria Jose Rodriguez is A. Oh, vice versa, excuse me. And Katie Ann South Schroeder is D.
No,
Or C.
Gregor is C.
I'm all messed up.
Schroeder, yeah. Schroeder is C.
apologize.
Well, it's not to give a player a competitive advantage from round to round. So you always get to see somebody go ahead of you in round one, and then when you come back for round two, that person gets to watch you throw your first ball. So that way nobody's always going first for all 16 games. For those of you watching at home wondering why they switch up the lineup, it's so it keeps the anybody from being at a competitive advantage or disadvantage by always going first or always going second on a pair of lanes. And gee, there's a surprise in lane 23. It gets right at 5 and it hangs. Also, the sky is blue and water is wet. With authority by McCarthy. How about that? No 10-pin will stand against McCarthy's might at this time.
O'Keefe with the 2-7. The rare leave, obviously, for the right-hander. Any right-hander, for that matter.
And she comes back instantly with the head shake and the big exhale going, really? I thought I threw great, and you're going to give me a 2-7. Once again, even polyester will hook when it finds a dry part of the lane, and it moves just far enough away from the 2-pin, leaving an early open frame for O'Keefe.
All right, everyone is now into game 11, so that means we'll have a score update momentarily. So let me make sure, new round, did I add some things in there for you? Oh, I did already. Look at me getting smarter for the people. All right, so your results and roster pairings all in the event description. Right underneath the video screen. Whoa.
Yeah, long and longer for O'Keefe, and you know, this might be one of those times where you might want to look back at the pairings chart, see who was crossing before you, and especially when you had somebody like Jordan Richards starting things off.
That's a good point.
High rev, high speed player, she's going to affect that oil pattern a lot more than having 4 poplars on your pair with a different speed and rev rate. 6 count, 7 count, 7 count at 21 through 23. I'm not feeling envious of anyone having a bowl at this time. And then to get robbed on top of it for O'Keefe.
That's a couple opens for Shannon, and another successful 3-6-9-10 converted this week. That one by Kelly. As you come hang out with us, folks, here on Bowl TV, be sure to hit the thumbs up. Well, you like these videos, and then you can see more. Like them. Wow. Yep.
And it's like it's laughing at you when it's wiggling like that. It's just going, ha ha. Nothing you can do about it now. Just get your ball, try to knock me down one more time.
Good feature story up now on PWBA.com. On Pamela Alvarez and her journey here on the PWBA Tour. Good work by Aaron Smith. Be sure to check that out on PWBA.com. Also accessible via PWBA Social Media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
Vandermeer puts a double on the board. And McCarthy with the never easy 3-10. And that's going to hook. Ooh, I thought it was going to hook away from that 10 pin. 3-pin deflects the ball into the 10. I think the pins are in trouble this frame from O'Keefe. I think the pins are all going down on this first ball.
Ball change.
The pins cannot resist.
At least it looked like
the force of O'Keefe's orb on that shot. You just mentioned Pamela Alvarez. Using a little bit farther outside the lane than we saw her jump early today. I think that could have been a problem for her. She maybe jumped a little too left, too quick. It could have contributed to some of her struggles in the early round.
Maria has been working hard all day trying to seemingly what looks to be create something consistent for herself.
last two shots continue to go long for O'Keefe on that left lane. That's going to go long for Johnson. It does not take much of a missed projection on the front part of the lane to cause you issues the last 20 feet today.
All right, time for a few results. Update brought to you by BowlerX.com. Rocio Restrepo in the lead still. Or back in the lead, I should say, at plus 247. Liz Culkin second at plus 229. And then a little gap. Liz Johnson is third at plus 179. Jordan Richard moved up to fourth as Jordan has gone 240, 242. Making the move. Jay Rich looking for back-to-back TV appearances. Birgit Poplar, who just left a nasty 8-pin. She is fifth at plus 155. Clara Guerrero sixth at plus 145. Brianna Cote is seventh at plus 138. Lindsay Boomershine is eighth at plus 136. Aaron McCarthy is ninth at plus 133. Jen Higgins is 10th at plus 114. Jen has gone 243, 234 today. Jody Westner 11th at plus 101. And Shannon O'Keefe 12th at the moment at plus 92. Verity Crawley 13th at plus 88. Stephanie Johnson 14th at plus 76. Josie Barnes 15th at plus 71. Sydney Brummett is 16th at plus 64. Dasha Kovalova has moved out of the number, now down to 17th at plus 62. Sandra Gongora 18th, low start this evening. She's down to plus 60. Alicia Current 19th at plus 57. Diana Zavyalova 20th at plus 55. Should mention Zavyalova tied with Danielle McEwen at plus 55. Haley Richard, Kelly Kulik tied at plus 47 and 22nd. And Missy Parkin, Katie Ann Sopp, plus 46, plus 45, respectively. Shannon Puhalski, mentioned 237, 232, has moved into plus 37. Pashina to 172 falls to plus 25. Sandham is plus 9. It's about that time as we go forward. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but just the When you look at the road to Richmond, the way that is shaping up, Verity Crawley, get out of there, 7-10.
She is throwing stuff around in that pair. A couple messenger 10s earlier, now the 7-10. Schroeder gets a big amount of action to take the 10 down late.
It's points at a premium as we move forward through the rest of the season. It's going to go by pretty quickly. We're already in the second event of August. It'll be over tomorrow, and then we're off to Columbus and kind of rapid fire in that regard.
O'Keefe finally double on the board after the struggles with that left lane. And then Rodriguez looked like she was a little quick, looked like she missed a little right, but that was different. That ball picked up way early, used all its energy. And didn't even come close to getting back to the pocket. Why she's leader for player of the year right now. Shannon O'Keefe fighting back after early struggles. 65 in the fifth and can still end up with 215.
Boy, my sinuses have not been kind to me as of late. We shot on the road last night, had our panel segment. I said, guys, I've got 5 minutes, and my nose is going to run. I think I was able to go a little bit past that, but
You were just hoping for, you got done answering your question, they cut away from you at the right time, you grab the Kleenex really quick and do the dab and then ask the next question?
it was tough. Not gonna lie, I gave it a good wipe, blew the nose, try to make sure I was good, but I knew it was coming. The nose was running. Thought it was going to kind of go away on its own. Sometimes it does that, but doesn't seem to be the case this week.
Yeah, and especially with the humidity here in the greater Minneapolis-St. Paul area.
What a break. Huge break for Gongora there. And this could be those games for SG.
Kulik looking to get the washout conversion, keep the score sheet clean. Polyester straight at it, try to take the lane out of play. Perfectly done. That's got to get there. Yep, she knew it when she let it go. I think that was simply just amped on the speed. She's trying to play a tighter line, but then when you do that, bring the speed up. Hydroplane through the front part of the pattern doesn't turn over in time. fly bus in the booth. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah, he's been hanging out on the pole here.
Should we name him?
Sure, what do you got?
I don't know. Oh, and a bad break there for Sop Schroeder.
How about Marty?
Marty the Fly. Okay, I like it. I like that, Marty the Fly.
Or we could just flat out call him Marty McFly.
Marty McFly. But then we're gonna get then you gotta deal with trademark stuff.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I like Marty the Fly. It's clean enough.
Whoa. Shayna was a little worried.
I don't blame her.
All right, well, she can still get to 194.
We've had flies in the extra frame booth we've named over the years, too. We had a couple of them. For some reason, we named one Ted. I don't know what the reasoning was behind that. Ted the Fly isn't exactly, anything memorable.
Ted.
We've had a couple of flies we've named after bowlers, but I'm not repeating those on the air.
Yeah, that
No.
just doesn't sound like a good idea.
No. Oh, we could add a contest there. Name the Bowl TV fly.
We could have done
Could
that.
have did that in a chat room.
I took it away. I'll think of something tomorrow.
Yeah.
Round of 12. There may or may not be something to give away tomorrow. I did it last week. The goal is to do it again. I'm going to check and see what's available.
I will give away an autographed $2 bill. Thanks to my appearance here on Bowl TV. Absolutely. I've given those away before.
How about that?
An autographed $2 bill. There's not many of those out there. There's like
Good shot.
It's like 6 of them.
Oh, SG, 6 in a row for the Gongora.
Big string continues for McCarthy. Sop Schroeder can still salvage 211. Not again. Another 7-10. Life isn't fair. Why should bowling be? And O'Keefe goes from coming up light in the pocket early in the game to smashing through the pocket and leaving a 9-pin in the 10th frame. But after having 65 in the 5th, to salvage 183 out of this game has got to be a bit of a moral victory for her at this point. Let's see what Crawley's going to throw around this time.
Another good shot.
Just leaves the head pin on the deck.
Maybe a ball change there. I'm not sure. And that one looked to have a little bit more life on the back, on the end of the pattern.
Would not want to be in Clara Guerrero's shoes at this moment with a bucket on the way to shoot. And
How about that? Sorry, took the words right out.
We were both thinking the same thing, like, life isn't fair. Why should bowling be? Well, sometimes bowling gives you the little break.
Maybe the best shot of this run here for Gongora. Max score 258. She's at plus 60 currently.
Get the 5 out of there. Huge break there. And it worst shot of the game right there for McCarthy.
Well, I feel that was just a hard-fought 183 from O'Keefe. See the splits early.
Well, especially when you go in the pocket, strike, and then you throw your next 2 shots and you don't even come close to being flush in the pocket. You leave 2 10 combos. It's like what are you going to do? Gets back in the pocket, then leaves the corner pin in the ninth, but at least it was something makeable for O'Keefe.
Push.
That Poplar's still using something with a bunch of surface on it. Well, for now. Oh, 3, 6, 9, 10. Let me count the ways that I can miss you.
242 and SG a little frustrated, I think, with herself there. On the first shot, cut it short. 250 available, but 242 will get her to plus 102. And firmly in the conversation for top 12 tomorrow. And speaking of in the conversation,
Trying to take a peek at Jordan Richards' score, but she's way down on 15 and 16. And for the first time in a while, I don't see a lot of strings in her score, and I actually see an open frame in the 8th frame, so we'll have to see what hottest bowler the first 2 games with Jordan Richards, how she ends up in game 3 of this block, game 11 overall. And 191 for Rodriguez closes out game 11 coverage on that pair. We had a conversation a couple of years ago on Extra Frame. What if bowling still had to use Roman numerals? How bad would that be?
for
Marking score, like if we never developed the Arabic numeric system that we currently use, what if we still use Roman numerals? You know, your perfect game would be CCC. Right now we'd be bowling game XI of XVI. I mean, it'd be a mess. You'd have to have your scoreboards would have to be like 3 times the size they are now.
you guys have had a lot of
We've had a lot of qualifying.
A lot of time.
We've had a lot of qualifying on Extra Frame, and now Extra Frame and flow bowling over the years. I had enough time last week to figure out that Walter Ray Williams Jr. is almost knocked down 6,500,000 pins in all forms of PBA competition.
Now that is a
over
cool
the years.
number.
Now, if you think about that, the average league bowler that bowls 1 night a week bowls probably 80 games a year. Figure they take a few weeks off here and there. Okay. Average bowler, 200 average bowler, 80 games a year, 16,000 pins. Okay. It would take you over 400 years to knock down the same amount of pins if you're a once a week 200 average league bowler that Walter Ray Williams Jr. has done in his PBA career. That's just PBA. That doesn't count all the times he's bowled in the USBC Masters, the USBC Senior Masters, any other tournament outside the PBA he's bowled in.
No, that's a pretty cool number. That was worth your time.
We actually figured it out once that at one point in time, Chris Barnes had the highest pennies per pin made in his career on anybody on the PBA tour. He made almost $1 a pin. We were figuring it out. Walter Ray was close. Then of course you talk about dominance. It'd be an interesting stat to see for like Liz Johnson. Liz dominant. She's been on the PWBA tour for such a long time. Walter Ray Williams Jr. has won 11.1% of all the PBA competitions he's entered. From that's an ankle shot, and that's not good. And hopefully McCarthy, yeah, she's down and she's gonna be rubbing that ankle. Maybe
taking some time, sitting down, looking things over.
Shannon Pulaski coming over to talk to her. Which, McCarthy's a nurse. Is it okay to treat thyself? They say physician, heal thyself. What about a nurse? Nurse, heal thyself?
You hate to see that for Erin. Yeah, she's battled a few injuries in the last couple seasons.
She's diligent. You're getting on the approach.
It's you'll be able to see. So you'll be able to get up and finish the frame, but she had a back injury last year at the U.S. Women's Open. She had dealt with a groin injury as well early on in the season last year. So this year, healthy, and certainly showing it by her performances. So hopefully, I won't give her too many issues. Good spare by Verity.
Love it when they split the 8-9. That's the prettiest strike you can throw. Take your messengers. Take your caved in big fours. I love it when the 8-9 gets split. It's so pretty. Yep, I use the word pretty. Fill ball strike for Crowley. Come on, I need a fill ball strike from Steph Johnson. Let's go. Fill ball strikes. That was the original extra frame nickname was Phil Frames. Then Dom Barrett decided he was going to have fun with it and changed it to Phil Balls. And that went over like a lead balloon. And then Jeff Goodger came up with the $2 Phil moniker. And thank goodness that second nickname didn't stick. The only person that sticks with, of course, is Dom Barrett.
Thankful for you. And probably others.
Just the fill shot remaining for Guerrero here in Game 3 of this block, Game 11 overall. So you know what that means. Game XII coming up next. Which is better than hexadecimal. You start getting, 0 through 9 and A through H in there, and that could really be confusing, even more than the Roman numerals. There it is, Game 11 in the books. And stopping by real quick by the booth between games here, John Van Hees. And John, what's the outlook right now in the lanes after we've got 3 games of playing on this block?
Oh, they look like they're a lot flatter. Definitely not as easy. Looks like a lot of the gals are starting to move in a little quicker. Managing the clean frames has not been very good. And pair-to-pair, even though this is a pretty new install, the topography here has really been tough. Some pairs are playing much tighter than others. A lot of other pairs are playing with a lot more reaction. So getting out of the gate with a couple good shots so you can get a good read of the lane is really important. If you make a bad shot, you almost put yourself 2 shots behind in that case. So it's important to throw one good right out of the gate.
Well, I know you're busy. You got a lot of the ladies in play here, John. So thanks for answering that one question. Maybe we'll get a chance to ask you another one after this game.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the time. John Van Hees from Brunswick. Always appreciate it when these ball reps can just even answer us one question that we just don't know. I always like on the PBA Tour, when Tim Mack is out there, we do a thing called 2 minutes with Timmy. And it's just basically, you know, Tim's got a little time between games. He's got about 2 minutes in total and gives us a little info on what he sees, similar to what John Van Hees did right there. And we always appreciate the insight that, you know, those are the guys that are in the know. Those are the guys that, if I get a question, I defer to them, because I can't follow 200 new ball releases a year. I can't follow 72 oil patterns that are in play across all these different tournaments. But I can talk to the guys that know all about it and know how these lanes play. And as sum up what John Van Hees just said, it ain't pretty out there.
No, it's not. I mean, and he's right. It's they're definitely playing different than they did this morning. And I think there's a lot of factors. We talked about the warmth in the building. More people are here, which is great, checking out the action. But he said something key, and that was because of, you know, it's different, certainly from pair to pair, of course. And so it's important to get off to the best start you can each game. So you throw a couple good shots, because one bad shot essentially can turn into, it can set you back, basically 2 to 3 bad shots in a game. So, you know, we've seen that already, where, you know, a couple bad shots early, and all of a sudden, you know, someone else either next to you in your pair, whatever the case is, starts with a double. You're down 20, 30 pins, and all of a sudden you're looking at 230, or that person's looking at 230, and then you're trying to max at 190, 180.
Yeah, because other weeks you can go, okay, well, now I got it. I can throw a 6-bagger, get to 230 still, and be okay. That's not happening much this week. The 6-bagger is a rare animal out here on the lanes. And he also mentioned about how the lanes are playing flatter and probably playing a little tighter. And, you know, with the repeated applications of this lane pattern and the repeated cleaning of the lane as well, it keeps dirt from building up. And I mean, dirt and dust is in the air no matter what we do. They could have air cleaners and everything else in here. Dirt and dust gets around, and dirt and dust makes friction. Bowling ball, you get a particle of, you know, you get dirt between the bowling ball and the lane surface. It helps increase the hook on the lane. Prime example of that is go bowling after somebody has cosmic bowling or moonlight bowling or something the night before, and they use the fog machines. And go bowling the next day and see how much your bowling ball hooks compared to normal in that same bowling center. Because all that dirt and dust that the fog drags down with it, along with that fog juice, creates friction. Well, you don't have that now, because the PWBA lane maintenance staff is keeping everything nice and clean. From the gutters, they're dusting the gutters, they're dusting the approaches, and they're cleaning the lane surface. So that makes those lanes play tighter and flatter as well.
Big thanks to Kegel, official lane maintenance provider, PWBA, and also the Cedarville lane staff. I was talking to Craig yesterday, and they clean gutters and whatnot every night. And so a big thanks to them for taking, and not just because we were here, like we're here during this week for the event. They do it daily. That's their part of their normal routine.
And, you know, once again, dirt makes friction. Friction wears things out. They just put this brand new lane surface in. You don't want it wearing out faster than you expect a lifetime, because it gets all dirty and nasty and everything. You're going to want to make sure everything gets kept clean. And the best way to do that is with the maintenance program that Cedarville Lanes already has been using for years, I'm sure.
Let's take a look at the scores here, brought to you after 11 games, 11 in the books. As we reach now, of course, game 12 of 16. Liz Culkin is in the lead, back in the lead at plus 242. Her and Rocio continue to trade places. Great movie, by the way. Second is plus 237. That is Rocio Restrepo. Third, Aaron McCarthy at plus 179. Liz Johnson is fourth at plus 150. Birgit Poplar in fifth, and she's been kind of holding steady in that fifth position at plus 137. That's a good sign for her, of course, as we take the top 5 for the live TV finals tomorrow evening, I should say. Jordan Richards, 6th at plus 134. She shot 177 after the 240-242 start. Clara Guerrero, I feel quietly at plus 131. Jen Higgins is 8th at plus 127. Danielle McEwen has jumped back into the number after 269 at plus 124. Brianna Cote 10th at plus 118. Sandra Gongora now into the number after shooting 242 at plus 102. And Stephanie Johnson is 12th at plus 97. Verity Crawley, Lindsay Boomershine, 7 pins back. They are tied for 13th. Kelly Kulik is 15th at plus 81. Shannon O'Keefe 16th at plus 75. Sydney Brummett is 17th at plus 63. Jody Wessner 18th at plus 56. Diana Zavyalova,
who just chopped the bucket with a handle, or the frying pan, as I like to call it. But yeah, that's not good for her early.
19th at plus 52. Dasha Kovalova 20th at plus 50. Missy Parkin 21st at plus 42. Alicia Curran is 22nd at plus 37. Let's see, Josie Barnes plus 36. Josie struggling here this evening round, as well as Katie Ann Sop-Schroeder. Barnes at plus 36. Sop-Schroeder at plus 35. Luhowski at plus 15.
Hey, I bet him that we can get rich and put you in the poorhouse at the same time. You won $1. You mentioned Trading Spaces. That's the first thing that popped in my head.
It's a great movie.
It is an awesome movie.
Liz Johnson. A shot there on lane 22 for Pamela Alvarez. Obviously struggling here this week, but still plenty of opportunity to learn and take advantage of the learning experience, some of the learning times, as Kelly Kulik.
One on the board for Kelly.
Kelly, where did I say Kelly was? Let's see. 15th. Still, not even without question, still with an opportunity here at plus 81. Interesting. I just realized what Shannon O'Keefe is going here. She's on 179, 195, 183 here in round 2.
She's trying to turn around. Second frame open again, but she's bounced back with a double in the 3rd and 4th. Over here on 25 and 26 with a little tighter line to the pocket.
That's been a little bit of a grind here today. The strikes not as plentiful as they were last week. Had a message for Chris Johnson. Your wife says hello. Please sign upon delivery. Chris Johnson, the former Rookie of the Year, by the way. Could be several Chris Johnsons watching. Thank you for all who are watching. 2018 BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. This is game 12 of 16. We had 8 games this morning. We started at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Central Time. That is round number 2 began at 5 p.m. Central.
I got to relate a Bowler X story, by the way. My local pro shop did not have a certain slide sole combination and slide heel combination I was looking for, and didn't normally carry that type of bowling shoe in stock. And I went online to bowlerx.com and made my order, found a discount code that they had out on the internet for something that they were doing that week, and it was a great price, and they delivered early. So they sent it UPS ground. I got it earlier than expected and came in the nicely protected packaging. Nothing was going to happen to it. And I was very happy with that time I ordered from bowlerx.com. They're doing a lot in the bowling community, and I'll tell you what, it's ease of ordering was very nice to have, along with quick delivery. I'm not a paid spokesperson for bowlerx.com, but I do like using them.
Well, that's great news. Lee and Krista, they're here. They are here and prepared, of course. Looking forward to being on TV. And we'll have them, hope to have them on at some point, either today or tomorrow. Say hello and then really talk about things that you just mentioned. You know, their business, how it started. And then, of course, you know, we want to thank them for their sponsorship and, you know, why they wanted to be involved with the PWBA and bowling in general, as well as see them all over the, not only the internet, but on TV as well. A great promotion.
Yeah, the supporter of the PBA as well. And, of course, they have their BowlerX team members now. Some of them being, one of those being Kelly Kulik, another one being E.J. Tackett, A.J. Johnson, Parker Bone, Ryan Simile, just a few of the players on Team Bowlers X. And that's not coming back on 23.
All right, textbook 10-pin here for Zavyalova. Poplar with a 3-pin to deal with. Gongora lucky to leave a 3-pin over on 25. Look across the lanes here at Cedar Vale. Not a lot that is standing out at the moment. See a couple of small strings. We'll keep you updated. But early here as we get into about the halfway point in game 12. Look at the results again. So Gongora moved into the top 12. Stephanie Johnson is 12th. Gongora at plus 102. Steph at plus 97. Kulik is in 15th at plus 81. Danielle shot 269 to get back into the top 12. So right now, again, the only real separation at the moment is kind of first and second to the 12th spot, which obviously good for those at the top.
Wow.
That's terrible.
That was harsh.
Boy, I've seen a lot. No question about it. I don't remember which event, but I feel there was an event this season that we've seen a similar amount of pocket 710s, very comparable to that event.
And it's just like the bowlers just get surprised about all of a sudden how much energy is getting burned up and by the ball on these 710. It's all of a sudden they're waiting for continuation. They're getting none.
Lindsay Boomershine just left an 8-pin over on 21 and 22. That pair features Liz Johnson against Zavyalova and Olivia Sandham. Kelly Kulik, Steph J, Pamela Alvarez, excuse me, and Birgit Poplar. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Shannon O'Keefe, Sandra Gongora, and Katie Ansop Schroeder over on 25 and 26. Nice shot there from Alvarez. Again, if you want to learn more about Pamela and her journey on this year's PWBA Tour, be sure to check out PWBA.com. Very nice feature story about someone that, you know, the normal casual fan may not know about as of yet, but she is doing everything she can to become one of those players. And Aaron Smith illustrates that in that feature story. Still no love on the 7-pin. A lot of exhales.
If I'm
from
Stephanie
Maria.
Johnson, I want to throw the shot. I see single pin, single pin, single pin. She carries them all, but you see just a rash of single pins around you.
That was a no-doubter right there.
Now let's make sure how many of these get made.
They look like all
There's
4
one.
pins, too.
7-pin for Rodriguez, but yeah, 3 4-pins and a 7-pin. All right, let's go 4 for 4 here. Let's make it happen. Ooh, Sandham playing with fire on that spare attempt. Kids, make your spares.
A couple of minutes, I believe. We may be joined by a 3-time Eagle winner at the USBC Open Championships. Tough shot there for Kulik as O'Keefe takes care of business on her spare. Here's Boomershine trying to recover from the 8-pin. And now a 4-7-10 for Lindsay. 4-bagger, 8-pin, and then the split there. Kind of undercover here. Birgit Poplar just kind of rolling through, not making a lot of noise, but being very consistent in what she has done today. She's had a couple of 250 games earlier this morning. It's going 185, 208, 182, but remains in 5th, and really is just a big game away from adding a few pins, obviously, but really threatening. Every time we've looked at her, she's thrown some really good shots. She too has left a couple A-pins today, for example. Last year about this time she started to really bowl well, made a show in July, August at St. Petersburg Clearwater. And of course won the Lucy striking against breast cancer mixed doubles event last season with Jason Sterner to get into the Tour Championship as a last-minute sub. And nearly a 284 Gongora. You could just tell, a little squirrely.
Looks like Kelly moved her feet a couple boards to the left on the approach from last time she was on that lane. And the week 10, the result.
It's fun watching Kelly compete. And again, we all know at this point, and if you've been watching her, she'll let you know what she thought about a particular shot based on some of the motions and reactions that she'll come off the approach with. No Daria this week, for those wondering. And that's a very good question, of course. She will be bowling, but just not on the PWBA version. She'll be participating in the National Bowling Day festivities, specifically on Fox and Friends. TV show in the morning at 6 a.m. Eastern. I believe it's a 3-hour program. Not only will Daria be there, but young Andrew Anderson and Parker Bone III will be on national television. Be sure to check your local listings. Check your channel finder on Fox.
And here's the thing, too. Parker Bone bowling this week, the PB 50 Cup in Grand Rapids. He bowled A-squad this morning. He's sitting in 6th overall in that event right now, flying to New York tonight, doing the Fox and Friends in the morning, and then getting back to Grand Rapids for his 3 p.m. squad tomorrow afternoon. Man's putting in the miles for his love of the sport, no doubt about it. And when you say all-around nice guy, it's right next to that picture in Webster's Dictionary is Parker Bone III. I'm starting to feel your pain on those 8 pins.
Tell you, man, it's
I don't feel that much pain on the PBA tour for the 8 pins. I'm feeling it here. I don't know why. I don't know if it's pain or disgust. Like, they're throwing it way too well to be leaving an 8 pin. As tough as it is out here, and then you're going to start taking sticks away on great shots. And remember, people, the pins don't know gender and the pins don't know politics. So watch Fox and Friends tomorrow morning. Wow, and then to leave the solid 8 and then have the mental error and miss the spare. People always say hit it. You have to say knock it over. Hit it does nothing to a pin. It's knock it over. Can't stress that. This is my public service announcement for today. If you need somebody to get a pin down, say go down. Say knock it over. Don't say hit it. Because then it just stares and laughs at you.
Big shot for Liz Johnson. That's a huge double. Liz again is in fourth. In third was Erin McCarthy on a 3-bagger now for Stephanie Johnson, but hopefully Erin is okay. Last time we saw her, she had looked like she had hit her ankle.
Yeah, she's got a 5-bagger. I think
Well,
she's doing
go.
okay. I just turned to look, and she's got a 5-bagger. She's fine.
Well, Nurse McCarthy knew what to do.
Well, how about Stephanie Johnson? 2 3-baggers on the outside of a pocket 710. Oh, where's your 130? Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have 139 in the 5th. You get to have 106.
It's kind of been the theme
Thanks to that bad break.
for many people, in a sense, where strings have been broken up because of said pocket 710s. It's been undelightful, obviously, if you're a player, and it's always tough to watch to put the player in that type of situation. Nearing the end of game 12, we will be joined by a 3-time Eagle winner. Momentarily, another good shot there for Alvarez in the 9th frame. What lane was Erin McCarthy on?
27 and 28. She's bowler A on that pair.
And all the time, the scoring pace seems to be coming down just a touch. And so the players who can somehow create the 4, the 5, the 6-baggers will have the most opportunity to gain some pins. Max score 219 for Sandham. Another good shot, and Maria is another player who has no issue telling you what's going on. Right, Steph J with a little emotion.
Yeah, she'd like to have a private chat with the 7 and 10 pin. Give him a little piece of what's on the mind. And somebody go. Everybody's looking at everybody. We have a winner. It's Liz Johnson.
Oh, Danielle Vandermeer's sent something over to the 10 pin over on 27, but did knock it down. The Hall of Famer. Great shot there for Liz, and that's a 3-bagger. Kelly looked like she made either a tape adjustment, either removed or put in a piece of tape. I wasn't sure.
Yep. She didn't move from last time on that lane. She week 10. That time she gets them all to go.
Ball change there for Kulik. Zavialova up on 21. Diana will have a little work to do if she is to make the top 12 tonight. Big shot for Poplar. One more to try to ensure she will not give any pins back. Put her at 204 again in 5th place. Mentioned Zavialova, she is a plus 52. Another single pin leave here for Boomershine. And she is just outside the number at plus 90. 7 pins back at the moment. High flush.
The way these lanes are getting just ripped apart with the pattern here, anybody that's got to shoot 250 in game 8 of this block.
Are you going to automatically pencil them into the field?
Oh, I'll tell you what, it is not going to be pretty. Everybody that needs 250 should get some type of bonus award in game 8 if they actually shoot it and make it. Because this is... Steve Martin did once upon a time say comedy is not pretty. Neither is bowling once in a while, thanks to the lanes.
194 for Poplar Rodriguez.
But if you have an elite field, you should have an elite lane condition.
Sandham. You know, it's tough to think that, you know, someone for like Olivia Sandham, even Maria Jose Rodriguez, -9, -12 respectively, to say that they don't have a shot. But when you look around, you know, they're more than capable of going 250, 250. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's out of possibilities to me at this point.
Right.
It's late, but not late enough, if that makes sense. 4 games left after the completion of this.
We saw Jordan Richard almost go 100 over the first 2. There's nothing that says that somebody else can't go 100 over for the last 2. Stephanie Johnson here trying to polish this off. Boy, talk about what could have been a 290. Nope, not a chance. She missed 3 left on that, or 3 right on that one, and that never had a chance.
Ancora. Oh, what a shot there. Kulik again. Second shot after the ball change. Kelly can get to even this game. 208 for Olivia.
And this isn't exactly the easiest spare here for Johnson. As Marty lands on me. Johnson needs to make sure she gets all the way across. That wasn't across, that was in the pocket. I was pretending the 1-3 was still there.
Steph's gonna go to the bag. Spare conversion. I know Lindsay was probably a little frustrated the way her game started. Front 4-8 bagger. And then split it. It's been 9 spare strike, 9 spare, 9 spare since. One more ball for Kulik. Kelly may have thrown 3 in this game to get to 200 even. Well, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
How about the bounce back for Erin McCarthy after bouncing one off the ankle last game? Puts up 237. So not phased by bruising the bone.
Aaron's been really mentally focused again throughout the season, and it's shown. Again, her performances have been very good. She's been solid throughout, and even with missing a few events early on in the season. Well, let's see if DZ will take something different on her fill shot.
Wow, that's a kick to the back there.
She didn't get
stuck.
She got the cushion.
Oh, she got the good thing the cushion's there. Thanks, Craig.
She got the cushion.
Thanks, Craig, from right here at Cedarville Lanes. These cushions are saving my round.
DZ thinking about it, talking it over briefly.
And the winner is that urethane? Can't be. It's got some surface on it.
Well, we're gonna find out. Maybe. We can get our eyes together. Don't think it's your thing.
It was a pretty gentle move, though, off the spot.
All right, 168 for DZ, and game 12 is in the books. Coming up next, we'll talk to a 3-time Eagle winner, local to this area, and get his thoughts on PWBA being back and some of the great players here that are competing this week. Back with you in a moment. The BowlerX.com Twin Cities Open here on Bowl TV. All right, folks, back with you here for game number 13 of 16. We're getting closer and closer to finding out who will be the top 12 players to advance to tomorrow's round of 12 and move on, obviously, to have an opportunity to win the title here at the PWBA Twin Cities Open, sponsored by BowlerX.com. Pleased to join you and to have in the booth with us three-time Eagle winner Scott Pohl, who has the pro shop here at Cedarville Lanes and certainly knows a ton about the sport. Scott, first of all, how are you, and thanks for coming on.
I'm doing great, thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
How's business?
Business is really starting to pick up now. A lot of people getting back into dusting off the shoes and the ball. And
it is that time.
Wanting to get at it. A lot of people talking about the new lanes here that were installed recently. So, yeah, it's been really good.
I know we talked a little bit as before we came on, and you know, some of the things that we have seen on the lanes in this event, round one or round two. Do you seen a little difference as well? What have you seen from in between the two rounds?
Yeah, for sure. It seemed like round one this morning, the balls were coming a lot harder off the spot down lane. Most likely that was from the Pro-Am yesterday, having the house shot, just developing that little more quick change of direction. Definitely the second block, they're a lot slower off the spot, and kind of showed that right away with the scores a little bit. Some people were figuring it out, but it seemed like in general, more people were struggling.
It's been tough, I would say, and again, as you just kind of mentioned, some people have figured it out. There's been some breaks that we've seen in both rounds, pocket 7-10s, 8-pins. Some of those things have kind of remained constant, but the overall pattern play has been a little different. If you were bowling or if you had to assist someone, you know, what would be your advice at this point?
It would be not to give away the pocket too much, but you have to give it away a little bit, and not to go to a ball that is, let's say, really responsive down lane, a little more of a smooth shape down lane, it seems like at this point. It's starting to get to that point where you can play a little more response down lane, but it just more of a smooth angle into the pocket.
Joined in the booth by Scott Pohl as we begin game 13, and already some good scores, some strikes popping off on 25 and 26. There's Josie Barnes with the front three. She shot 300 early in round number one. Talking to some of the local fans, even when we came for the site visit in January, the excitement kind of was already building. What was the atmosphere like kind of leading up to the PWBA coming back?
Well, a lot of it was people coming in and talking to me about, hey, what's going on? What is this exactly? You know, and a lot of them just tell them, hey, these are the best female bowlers in the world. You know, this is what it is right here. And that kind of got people thinking, oh, wow, that's really neat. You know, we're going to come out and check this out. And Pro-Am was really strong last night with that.
Yeah, it was packed.
It was.
Sold out, I'd imagine, and based on, it had to be maybe an hour before, but the registration line was out the door.
It was. It was going all the way from lane 20 down to where my pro shop is, down on 3 and 4. So that's really great to see. Looks like 25 and 26 is developing into one of the better pairs here that we have on our live stream. See that with Erin McCarthy. Was it a game or two ago? She had it going.
She did.
And that is characteristic of this bowling center. 23-24 is usually a challenge.
That would make sense based on what we have seen so far, even dating back to yesterday's PTQ. 23 specifically in regards to, 23-24 seemed to be the one that would give the most issue.
Yeah, it seems like you can strike on either one. Matching up to both lanes seems to be the trick. 23 just stops a little bit more on the back.
How much of the PWBA have you been able to just kind of take in throughout the season, or even really since since the relaunch?
I follow it a lot. I still have a lot of friends that bowl out here that I was on Team USA with that I communicate with quite regularly. I love watching it. I have it on a lot in the pro shop, and if it's on, definitely love watching it.
Three-time Eagle winner, former Team USA player, a lot of experience in from Scott. And yeah, I think it's a good opportunity. Sometimes we have people on all the time, obviously, but I feel like you've got a different viewpoint as a local player, and still knowing, obviously, kind of what it takes and what it means really for these players to kind of be at this level. Was that something that you wanted to do at some point in your career as well?
It was at some point. I got a taste of it in college. We had a fairly competitive team. It wasn't exactly a strong team, but I remember going to my first national event. And I was thinking I was a pretty good bowler until I saw the likes of, Chris Barnes and Pat Healy, and I said, well, you better start practicing a lot more and get a lot better, or just, do something else. So that's kind of what inspired me to do what I could, and I was very fortunate. There's a lot of great players in our area that have been on Team USA, and just learning what they know.
What school did you go to? What college?
I went to the University of Minnesota.
Okay.
Yep.
So being a pro shop guy, we talked a little bit to Chris Schlemmer about it yesterday. You guys start worrying about the old 3-ounce rule now. You got a couple of sets of rules to go by for a couple of seasons.
There is a couple of rules.
How's that going for you so far?
It actually makes things somewhat easier in some regards. Honestly, I just drilled the ball a little bit ago. Back in the past, I'd have probably worried about how much weight this way, how much weight that way. But you know what? I was just putting holes in it, and we'll see what happens. Make sure the pin's in the right spot. But yeah, it definitely will make things interesting in the future. You're going to have to be a little more precise on things since you can't add an extra hole to some balls. So that, looking forward to it.
Here's Wessner on 24. Nice love tap on the 8-pin.
Sure, it seems like that really light mixer hit has been going good.
It has, and if you happen to be the one, and just as I say it, good thing we didn't have it.
Yeah, it's there now.
I was just about to say there has been the solid, of course, 8-pin, and there it is again. Is that I won't say a normal league, but you see a lot of 8-pins here sometimes every now and then.
Yeah, bowling the last few weeks on these new pins, it just seems like it's happening a little bit. They've only gone in for, I want to say 2-3 weeks, and just got to hit them a little truer, and unfortunately, the 8s come up.
Well, I had a question briefly in the chat. Not really a question, but I think the term Eagle, that is the USBC Open Championships, which is the national tournament that the USBC holds every year. There are only a few opportunities to win a title there each year. And Scott has had the pleasure of being on the winning side several times. If you could describe the Open Championships experience maybe for someone who hasn't bowled it, what would you say? How would you describe it? And then obviously just even having the opportunity to succeed and win there.
Well, first, I get that all the time. I try to mention to people, you should go bowl the Open Championships if you never have experienced it. It's a complete different environment, bowling in such a huge center. And to just, challenge yourself and go out and do it. And then on the flip side of that, winning one, it took me 25 years until I won an Eagle. And fortunate enough, we won a couple last, 2 years ago. It's when you mention that to somebody, they really look at it and they go, wow, that's really something. Because there really isn't a lot of, I guess, bowlers in general that have that championship.
Let's take a look at the score update here after 12 games. And we'll compare with Scott's notes and talk about where some of the players began this round, of course, and where they are now. Liz Culkin at plus 265. Back in the lead, Aaron McCarthy has had the block of the round so far. 201, 257, 246, 237 to get to plus 216. She is tied with Rocio Restrepo. In fourth, Liz Johnson, the Hall of Famer, at plus 175. Bjorgit Poplar is fifth at plus 131. Stephanie Johnson, the big 232 game, has now moved into 6th. She is tied with Brianna Cote at plus 129. Sandra Gongora 8th at plus 127. Clara Guerrero 9th at plus 118. Jordan Richard is 10th at plus 110. We talked about the hot start for Jordan, 240, 242, now 177, 176. Lindsay Boomershine is 11th at plus 103. And Danielle McEwen, despite struggling here in this round, is 12th. Here is D-Mac.
It's that little super light mixer right there we just saw. Yeah, Erin McCarthy was tied for 15th after this morning's squad, which is amazing block she's got going on. As well as Jen Higgins, she was 23rd. Then all the way down to Stephanie, who was tied for 26th.
And for Steph, we mentioned earlier, she had a low finish, finished 23rd last week, and so was ready to kind of get back to work essentially, and finished strong last week, but had put herself into such a pretty deep hole last week early on in round number 1, and now in great position to make the round of 12 and potentially fight for a spot on the show. Again, that same sentiment remains true, and we had just talked about it prior to you coming on, Scott. It seemed like, there's still many players with, at this point, 3.5 games left. Even if you as low, let's say, as Kayla Pashina at plus 12, the number is going up slightly, but doesn't seem completely out of the question.
No, absolutely not. That top 12 number has been within reach for a lot of players out here.
A spare there from Kovalova. Dasha has struggled a little bit early. In fact, wow, she is down to 22nd. To being in the number for really the most of the day. 190, 160, 188, 190. But again, at plus 40, still within reach. I got to ask you, Scott, as we watch, get ready to watch Josie Barnes, who, well, she was at this point earlier today, and we know what happened, so we'll keep an eye on it. But some of the players on tour, young, fresh out of college, coming out of school, obviously players like Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulick, who have been mainstays on tour. After this, Josie shut up and asked some of the favorite players that you have seen right now. And no trip 4 for Jose in the 7th frame. So what players have you seen, again, new, young, but still veterans that continue to stand out? And then if they're a new player or someone who's kind of fresh on the scene, who stood out to you in that regard?
Definitely been a lot of talk about, Diana Z. She's just so solid and how good she throws the ball. And also others that customers come and talk to me about, Shannon O'Keefe, how solid she is. And then as far as the younger players go, I would still consider Rocio fairly younger. She gets a lot of positive talk, and Sydney, definitely one of the younger players there too.
Nice spare taken care of by Josie. That's an interesting combo. One I didn't think about. What the customers are saying, like what people are bringing to you, essentially.
Danielle's another one too.
Yes.
Yeah. Danielle has a lot of respect. And, she does so much for the game too. Away from when she bowls, she's doing a lot of things all the time.
Alicia Curran now has one of the players we've seen. Haven't seen that many people move left or really get left, but EC has certainly moved in. As D-Mac able to hold on for the spare. In the booth with Scott Pohl, former Team USA player, runs the pro shop here. What's the name of your pro shop?
On Track.
On Track Pro Shop inside Cedarville Lanes, the site of this week's PWBA Tour stop. Emil Williams Jr., Phil Brylow here with you. Wonderful 32-lane facility here in Eagan, Minnesota.
And we've got 8 players between 30 pins right there from 13th through 20th. So got a feeling there's going to be a lot of things changing in these next few games.
What's the mindset, you think? How do you, and I know you've been in a situation like this where there's a cut to achieve. You're trying to get to a particular number. The games are dwindling, but you still have an opportunity. What's your mindset?
You kind of, like for me, I assess it when I have 2 or 3 games left where I'm at. If I need to go for something a little more. The lanes should be settling in pretty good right now to where that, got a feeling that it's almost happening a lot.
How about that for Josie Barnes? 410.
That was phenomenal.
Slides it perfectly over.
So yeah, you kind of look at it, you know, you got a game or 2 left and look at what that number is. Hypothetically, what you need to bowl, maybe you got to take a different ball out of your bag and just go for it.
The risk reward.
Exactly. Whereas if, let's say, you're 40 pins, 40, 50 pins ahead of it, maybe you're going to bring out a ball. Well, I'm just going to hit the pocket a lot. I don't want to give it away. And
Trust your spare game.
2-0 is okay. 2-10 even better.
Oh, Liz Culkin's going to be stepping up here, looking to get another double or equal out the open she had in the 4th frame.
That's a good shot too.
The old 360.
I give her a 9.5 for form on that. Great pirouette, great balance.
Watching Liz Culkin this year certainly seems like that win that she recently had just kind of boosted her confidence. She seems so much more calm a little bit when she's bowling now. Things aren't bothering as much as earlier in the year, it seems.
She's got the swag back.
Yes.
And you're right. We've said it earlier, but it's evident. Like, it's on her face. She doesn't look bothered.
She just has that belief she's going to do it.
Other players we've talked about today. Yep. Josie Barnes, a major split right there for Barnes. That conversion, she's plus 72. Again, the number right now is plus 89.
Another player this week that had a lot of fans and customers come in and talk about was Jordan Richard, how she throws the ball. A lot of effortless power right there.
She has quickly become someone who is often now talked about by what you said, and here is Jordan.
Just to give you guys a quick update on DZ, big struggles. 3 spares, 3 opens to start this game. Finally struck in the 7th frame. She's looking at 200 max, and that's with a punch out 7 through 10.
Yeah, she's on her 3rd or 4th ball, I believe, this block, really trying to find it.
Last week's round 2 is developing into really an afterthought based on the scoring pace. This week, a little different. Scores seem to be, again, a little lower. And they've been that way even this morning. You know, we had some high scores, but we're kind of pockets of high scores. Not nearly as consistent as what we saw last week.
And last week's scores really seems like it's a lot harder to make up ground. Unless you're going to bowl a 260, 270 game, you know.
Yeah, 190 was detrimental last week.
Yes.
Although 190 here, it's, you know, especially this round, it's like, well, if you happen to shoot 190, it's not as detrimental as it maybe perhaps could be or could have been.
Especially on the low end pairs, they've been really tough so far this block. She got away with the spare there.
She was worried.
A little bit.
Another tough spare there for Josie. So front 6, spare, then the 410, then the 2-8 conversion, and still got a chance to get to 255. But she'll be set up well. Let's see.
Shannon O'Keefe down on 32. First shot of the 10th frame. Can't see what her score is, but I like the reaction. And O'Keefe was in 17th at plus 69.
It looks like a double and one open for O'Keefe that game. For my
Possibly a
eyesight
2-0
from
game
here,
this
yeah.
time, 190 pace. Easily the highest scoring pair on this game is 25 and 26.
Well, Scott, you get a chance to deal with, talk to a lot of bowlers who, and I'm sure obviously at various levels of the game and looking to improve consistently to get to this level. If you had to, and I'm sure at some point you've either are coaching a young player, a young lady who wants to be a PWBA player, what items are you kind of making sure that are most important in a sense as you develop a young player?
Coach a lot of really good players in our area, high school players right now, and I tell them to go to a tournament and watch how many open frames the players don't have. They're not giving away pins. So number one, start with that. Everybody wants to throw the strikes because it looks cool and this and that, but look at a tournament like this, the difference between a lot of players making the cut. I'm sure you ask them after it's over, if they miss it by 20, 30, 40, it's I gave away this pin, I gave away that pin. So I start with that right away.
You can never go wrong with spares. Phil and I were talking about fundamentals and how many of the players, of course, at this level have a great base. The fundamentals are strong. I assume that's got to be a great teaching tool, and certainly a point that you would hone in on.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's getting to the foul line correctly. Absolutely. Having balance. We were just talking with some of the girls that I coach. I said, just watch after they release the ball. You can say about 99% of the shots that these ladies throw, they're in balance after they throw the ball. They're not falling off it. They're holding that balance all the way till the ball hits pins.
I wish I could say the same.
Me too.
I agree with where I am in life.
Yeah, I'm totally with you.
I find that hard to believe, Scott. I got to be honest.
Well,
I mean, you just want to need a couple years back.
Well, still, you got to strive to be better, right?
Fair enough. All right, Josie Barnes. Get 3 in the 10th. She'll be at 255 and will move back into the top 12 for sure. Kelly Kulick, always a crowd favorite. And I think able to get something to fall in the ninth.
Looks like she just made a split.
This is about that time, though, every week. And Phil called it earlier to start this round. Wow, nice break for Jay Rich.
I've seen more rolled twos here, Scott, than I've seen in the entire PBA 50 Tour this summer.
I'm glad you brought that up. I noticed that right away with this insult. I don't know what it is or what causes it, but I'll find out.
It's a beautiful thing, don't get me wrong. It's fun to see.
Yes, whatever happened here, there is a lot of trip twos.
That's good to know that someone else, we weren't just saying, hey,
No.
there seems to be a lot of trip twos.
Oh, I noticed that right away. Something about off the side with that angle on it.
We saw Liz Johnson start the day with 2 of them in her first game. Missy Parking's going here. You can't leave another pocket 7-10 on me. I've just had 2 of my last 3 frames. Can't happen again, right? Ball change. Of course it doesn't happen after the ball change.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's been that kind of day in regards to the pocket 7-10 situation. I don't, for the life of me, I can't remember which event. I want to say it was the U.S. Women's Open for some reason that there were a lot of pocket 7-10s, but I don't feel that that's correct. But to keep thinking about this. All right, 216 for George Richard.
Well, I don't know if the ladies know it or not, but I bet you they're licking their chops getting to 25 and 26 if they got a chance at it.
Well, let's take a look at who's coming up next on 25 and 26. This is game 4 of this round.
Game 5.
Price 5,
Game
thank
5
you.
round.
So game 6.
No? Wait.
Jen Higgins, Liz Colkin, Missy Parkin, Summer Jasmine. On 25 and 26, we'll have Shannon Plahowski, Sydney Brummett, Rocio Restrepo, and Kayla Pashina on 23 and 24. And on 21 and 22, Clara Guerrero, Aaron McCarthy, Verity Crawley, and Danielle Vandermeer. On with Phil Brylow and Scott Pohl. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Bowl TV, your home for the PWBA for the remainder of the season. The BowlerX.com Twin Cities Open live TV finals on CBS Sports Network Saturday, 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, check your local listings. Make sure your DVR is set if you will not be home. Jay Rich got a lot of fans in attendance. Some of the players from McKendree, of course, 2 NCAA schools, Arkansas State, NCAA, McKendree, NCAA. Lauren Pate, who bowled at PTQ yesterday, along with Jessica Malott. They've been supporting and following Jordan Richard, of course, along with Coach Shannon O'Keefe. Kovalova takes care of business, and Dasha. Better game, but still going to be sub 200 and still going to give back some pins here.
Danielle was 12th going into this game, right? So it's kind of a sort of a big swing 10th frame here for her, possibly.
If you're just joining us, the players do not know what the pattern is. It was not released and will not be released until after the event. Really, the first time you might see it would be on the TV show to be analyzed at that moment in time. We have done our best guess, of course, and then we've had some ball reps talk about it. Scott talked about it a little bit. For those who may be just joining us again, Scott, talk a little bit about, again, your observations from round 1 to round 2 on what you think the
Sure.
pattern's doing.
So round 1 to round 2. Round 1, it seemed like the ball was coming off a lot sharper at the end of the pattern. And pretty sure that's because the Pro-Am was followed by the practice session last night. And what that does, much more volume on the pattern with front to back. It's going to be a lot cleaner as well. And side to side, there's going to be more friction. And what that does just makes the ball recover a lot harder. Now that they re-oiled the pattern, usually what happens, it gets a little flatter and things smooth off a little more. And the ball tends to not have that recovery right away.
Jen Higgins.
Looks like Danielle's going to try a different ball here as well. Looks like what a lot of the players are seeing, what they used in games, maybe 2, 3, 4, is just slowing down a little bit too much down lane. They need to get a little more push and recovery on the ball.
If I were a player, or if you were, able to coach a player here, and recommend a type of ball. So, whatever, shell, cover stock, core, which do you think would be kind of best served in this situation as the lanes continue to transition?
So I would see 2 different kinds. If I was going to do a symmetrical, it would be something kind of a middle aggressive type short, or like what Danielle just threw there, like an idle. Looked like hers had a little too much cover though on it. I think something more like around a 4,000 right now would be really good. And then if you do want to go with like an asymmetric, you definitely want to have it such a way that it's going to push and then get down the lane, not roll fairly quick, like a hybrid type cover stock. Looks like pearl balls are just a little bit too touchy right now unless you're going to sand the surface with it. strong asymmetrics, those seem like they just started picking up too quick about game 2, game 3.
Good information, good knowledge being shared here, and we'll get more from Scott Pohl. He will hang around for game number 14, and it is coming up next. Phil Brylow, Emil Williams Jr., Scott Pohl back here with you in a moment. You're watching the BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open here on Bowl TV.
All right, back with you here at the BowlerX.com PWBA Twin Cities Open. Again, big thanks to BowlerX.com for their support of the Professional Women's Bowling Association. In the booth with Scott Pohl, former Team USA member, 3-time winner at the USBC Open Championships, Phil Bridlow. Here with us, Phil, hanging out this weekend. And then back to PBA 50
Back
next
PBA
week?
60
PBA
next week.
60
Dick
next
Weber
week.
Championship down in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
And we'll be in Columbus, Ohio next week. So still lots of bowling at every level, which is good for the grand scheme of things. But first and foremost, as we await the standings result here, I'm interested to see what we're looking like with 3 games left. It's going to be close. Marty the Fly is still messing with me. If we mention Marty, Scott, we've named the Fly, who continues to just kind of buzz around us. Appreciate all the love in the chat room as always. As you guys know, let us know where you're watching from this evening. Always curious. I saw a few earlier. I know Canada, Oregon, 7-pin, maybe. No.
Wow.
Haven't seen one of those in a while.
Yeah, that last game, there were scores all over the place. Should be interesting to see where it shakes out.
And a quick answer to Chris. No, sir, I have not. I do need to still get the check out some boba, so that is still on my list. Got Rockland, California checking in, Homestead, Florida, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Crofton, Maryland, Metro, Detroit. This will be the home of Junior Gold next year.
That's correct.
Already got a sneak peek at the opening ceremony site.
Oh.
Yeah, I was sent some photos and already staking out the live stream location. So looking forward to that.
Is that privileged information?
Well, I don't know the name of it,
Okay.
so I can.
So it's very privileged.
It
Yes.
is, it is very privileged. So I don't know the name of the venue.
All right.
But it looked cool. Did you go to Junior Gold, Scott?
I did not.
Okay.
It's something else.
Yes, it is.
Went a couple years ago. It's just amazing.
It is. It's and it continues to get better. The talent, the young talent, and obviously as a coach, and you get an opportunity to see and talk with young players all the time. And I'm always amazed at just how good youth players are. Phil, you get a chance to talk with a lot of youth, work with a lot of youth in Wisconsin as well.
Yeah, a lot of players I coach, I tell them, well, you're a lot better than I was at your age, and they don't believe me. And I said, well, it's true.
Yeah, the amount of coaching the player and the amount of learning a lot of coaches do themselves nowadays at the high school level to really help their players out. Because the one thing I hate hearing when I go to a high school match is a coach telling, and I still hear it, it pains me every time I hear it, is don't drop your shoulder. And I just go, oh.
Yeah, so my answer to that is usually when I hear that on, someone will say that, well, I want you to hold a 12 or 14 pound object and walk up with it on the side of your body, and I want to see you don't drop your shoulder.
That's an interesting point, Phil. And honestly, I remember, of course, growing up and then really getting to college and kind of having still kind of that mindset of not to do that, but then learning and then understanding why it's a good thing, like why you should do it, and then it made complete sense. Like actually what you just said, Scott.
Why your hips shouldn't be square when you set up.
Yes.
Square up.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah, your shoulders aren't square.
Right. Oh, your hips aren't either.
It's okay if you're throwing a straight ball.
Again on our featured pairs here, 21-22, Danielle Vandermeer, Verity Crawley, Erin McCarthy, Clara Guerrero. On 23-24, here is Rocio Restrepo, one of Colombia's best. One believe, I don't know if it's still the record, but at the time, I believe she held the record, the youngest to win a world medal, world championships at 15.
Wow.
Shannon Puhalski on this pair, along with Sid the Kid, Sydney Brummett, and Kayla Pashina. Then Jen Higgins, Liz Culkin, Missy Parkin, and Summer Jasmine.
Definitely kind of feel it's got to be tough for Shannon being the only lefty. Lanes definitely are not easy on the fresh, and she's hitting every pair fresh.
Yep. And it's something that obviously she's got to deal with more times than not, and specifically within the elite field. I believe she's the only left-hander in the elite field. And so each week it's either her or someone who may advance from the PTQ who is left-handed. Other cities checking in: Houston, St. Paul, Minnesota, Somerset, New Jersey, Naples, Florida, Orlando, Ballarat, Victoria, Australia. Okay.
Happy Saturday afternoon to you down there.
I was going to say, I know that is an extreme time difference. 170 miles up the interstate in Duluth. I'm sure Mr. Pohl can tell me exactly where that is.
That is straight up I-35, right by the lake.
Sounds like a place I should frequent then.
It is
It's
beautiful
near
this
the
time
water.
of year.
Okay.
Maybe 4 or 5 months from now, I wouldn't recommend it.
I was a little worried about that. When we came here, it was January, but it wasn't too cold. And certainly nothing I'm not used to being from Chicago. But, yeah, I mean, a little crisp in the winter, if you will. All right, let's take a look at the standings. After 13 games, Liz Culkin, plus 256. Shia Restrepo, second at plus 242. Erin McCarthy is third at plus 184. Liz Johnson, fourth at plus 166. Brianna Cote, plus 153 in fifth. Birgit Poplar now moves out of fifth, really for the first time in quite some time. She is in sixth at plus 149. Jordan Richard, seventh at plus 126. Sandra Gungor, plus 119. Her tour roommate, Clara Guerrero, ninth at plus 118. Josie Barnes has battled here their early struggles in round two, back-to-back games of 236, 241. Missy Parkin battling, as we talked about, going from, well, not that 21 and 22 was a tough one. 23 and 24 has been iffy, but 25 and 26 has seemed to be pretty solid, and she's showing us why here. Got the front five. 11th is Stephanie Johnson at plus 108. Danielle McEwen is 12th at plus 83. The number has dropped 6 pins since game number 12. Lindsay Boomershine, 13th at plus 78. O'Keefe is right there. Shannon O'Keefe at plus 76 and 14th. There's Katie Ann Saab-Schroeder. Phil and I have talked about her really all day, and she has seemed to never really be out of it at all, and still giving herself an opportunity. Big 234 game to get to plus 73 and 15. Jen Higgins, 16th at plus 68. Kelly Kulik at plus 63. Alicia Curran plus 61. Jody Western plus 60. And Sydney Brummett at plus 47. Still just 36 away. I mean,
yeah, of all the people there, a chance to make the cut. Katie Ann had the second highest game at 234. Also, what's interesting is Danielle had a game of 194 and still stayed in 12th place.
Yeah.
Looking for the half dozen here for Parkin.
And the number dropped to 10 pin. Missy is, what did I just say? Plus 31 for Missy Parkin. So this could be the mover right here for Missy.
Yeah, that could be a big change right there. Hitting 25 and 26.
Just past the 8 o'clock Central hour here in Eagan, Minnesota. If you're watching us live on Bowl TV, hit the thumbs up. Be sure to subscribe to Bowl TV. Some cool bowling content. We've got some other things planned, hopefully coming up in September-ish. A journey may begin yet again, potentially. It's looking good. So the league season has started, which means our league season will begin as well with Earl. Speaking of league seasons, Scott, do you bowl league?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I still I play on a fun league, and I bowl with my buddies. We have a good time, and yeah, consistently bowl league here.
I think I'm going to try to bowl league.
You should.
I know. I know.
Danielle's got the first 5 out of 6 over there on 27-28.
Couple scores there. Someone's got the front 6.
Yes. I think that was Daria. There's a pesky solid 8 again for Rocio.
Well, if Kovalova does have the front 6, and she has struggled.
Well, she's got a bigger smile than I've seen in about 3 games on her, so I would think that's going to be her right now.
Keith is going to one of the low-end pairs here and looks to be having some early success as well. Again, plenty of time. Well, I shouldn't say that anymore. There's some time left, not plenty. That word can no longer be used at this point.
We've only got about 25 more opportunities to throw strikes that can change things a great deal.
And they go by pretty quick. Other cities to note: Memphis checking in. Memphis, Tennessee; Yosemite, California; Roseville, Michigan; Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Oh, just a bad break there for Aaron.
Where else? Valley, Wisconsin; Washington, Illinois. Checking in, St. Clair, Missouri; Maryville, Tennessee; Canton, Ohio. Of course, it was popping just not too long ago for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Melbourne, Florida; Nashville; Winston-Salem. Again, thanks everyone for tuning in. Sid the Kid.
Ooh, that was a really good shot.
Shot in a 10-pin, now back over to Parkin.
And the string for Kovalova, 4, 6, 7 left in the 7th frame.
Danielle got another one.
But D-Mac's so good at can never, obviously never counter out. We know that.
Does her heart rate ever change?
Yeah, that's it. You know, things like that. You know, you don't really know. She'll give you a hint every time, every now and then when she's struggling. You can see every now and then some of the frustration. We saw a little bit today, but you know, and then she'll go and do that. And I'm like, okay, it's kind of normal.
It's just what I do.
Interesting leave here from McCarthy on a light hit, leaves the 5-7, and now trying to give it the ride.
Cash.
Very nice.
Cash.
I knew I left that there for a
I
reason.
think that's a $2 bill from you, Phil, right
I
there.
think I left autograph that bad boy for her.
Katie Ann is struggling a little bit this game with 85 in the 5th.
Said if I ever got the bowl of Celebrity Pro-Am, I want to bowl it with Ty Dolla $ign. $2 Phil and Ty Dolla $ign. That'd be a great Pro-Am combo.
Yes.
That would be a
Yes,
great
it
Celebrity
would,
Pro-Am.
Phil.
If I could get on that Chris Paul Invitational, that'd be my dream team right there.
Strepo. And that's a week 10 as well.
Yeah, a couple back-to-back.
What are we seeing there, Scott, on those type of shots?
Ball's just a little too strong. Just losing energy too quick, not going through the pins. She's got a couple different choices. She can either move a little right and firm it up a little bit, go around it, whatever her game wants her to do, or just switch balls.
I think that's one thing that a lot of players at all high levels of bowling, the tour, yourself at, with USBC championships, is they go, they just change balls and they go to another. No, there's a lot of times they use touch and finesse to change that rotation and get that ball to save energy just enough and go through the pins properly.
Exactly.
Too many of the keyboard warriors with, they're just going to change balls. No, a lot of times they finesse it, and they finesse it well.
I guarantee you she's been bowling good with this ball for a while. She went back-to-back 10s. She's already thinking probably another ball, or what is she going to do? She's going to switch her hand. And if that doesn't work, it will be a different ball.
Another shot here from Brummett.
That kind of goes when customers come into the pro shop and I ask them, well, would you rather see your ball hook too much or too little? What do you like to do to it? Do you like to throw it slower, faster, when you need to,
Roll that to,
Oh.
That's a great question. I wish more pro shop guys would ask that for the people at Bowl League. What's your comfort level?
Yeah.
When you run into something a little bit tougher, do you want to slow down or speed up?
Exactly. Most of the time it is speed up.
Well, most of the time for me, I'm in my third beer in the third game, and it's slow down.
You're nice and loose.
That's why I got to slow down. I try throwing through fast. I get amped up. My competitive days are long behind me. But I still like to go. I don't want to go out and shoot 120 either.
Sure.
But I do like the challenge of a tougher pattern, and I bowl one of those leagues back home whenever I get a chance, and it really forces you to know your equipment very well in that case.
Mm-hmm. And fill frames.
If somebody decides they want to undertake the challenge of a sport bowling league somewhere, that's one of the times where you should really go back in and check in with your pro shop guy, because a lot of equipment that works great on house bearings isn't really set up to work on flatter
Absolutely.
stuff.
Yep. DMAC got another one there. She's got the front 8 out of 9, possible 260.
Well, if McEwen can get to 260.
Rocio's going to a different ball here, something a little cleaner.
Just want a heads up, folks in the chat. Hopefully we took care of that. Again, with McEwen being in 12th at plus 83, that would certainly move the number.
That number is going to change
in a serious way. So
Brianna Cote now in 5th. She's stepping up to the 10th frame. She punches all three. She shoots 247 down on 29 and 30. So she's making that charge towards the top.
a lot of moving and shaking this game, or could be. Good shot there from Rowe. Here's Parkin. Missy still with a great opportunity to get to the 260s as well. Oh my gosh.
What more can she go through these last couple of games? Couple pocket 7-10s on 21 and 22.
Nice spare for Puhalski.
Now solid 8.
Brianna Cote got another one.
Now Jody Wolsner just leaves a pocket 7-10 first ball, the 10th frame. So she's going to be at 2-0. Unless she gets the miracle conversion.
Wow, can't get over that. I mean, that might be the worst 8-pin we've seen today. And we've seen it several.
Cote got number 2, so she's still looking at the 247.
And Wessner with a pocket 7-10 in the 10th frame to finish with 207. Good shot from Pashina. Scott, for the local perspective, a few players, obviously, or several players who compete in the PTQ, but players like Kayla, Katie Ann, I assume you've seen them kind of grow into this level.
Yes.
At what point did you know or kind of notice, like, hey, they could be pretty good, and obviously end up at Nebraska, the bowl collegiately, for example?
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw Katie Ann throw the ball. I was like, wow, she throws it better than a lot of the guys I bowl with around in this area. So definitely saw that. And Kayla, she's just a constant competitor. She's always trying to get better. And yeah, they have a lot of success in this area.
Summer Jasmine will not roll the 2, but she has done more than enough this game. Spare will give her 259, and Summer was down in the standings a little bit. Well, with 3 games to go, trying to make sure she gives it all she has here. Meanwhile, Liz Colkin is continuing to bury the 1-3.
It looks like you just have to survive these 21 through 24 here if you're on that, and then take advantage of lanes 25 through 30.
Another split here. Kovalova. That's got to get up. And we'll go on to 10.
4 straight 10 pins in a row.
Out of McCarthy. McCarthy in. Certainly in between 4th and 5th arrow. Buhowski. Oh, that took off. Shannon has moved away from the urethane we saw a little bit earlier.
That's got another one there.
Second ball this game that she's gone through.
Puts her in the 250s.
D-Mac making some things happen. Pin wiggles. It stands. A spare for her. She'll be at 254.
I believe Guerrero just made a ball change. She went back to the bag. I'm not sure if she sat on the rack or if it's in her hand. Had a couple of people blocking me. There was definitely something going back to the rack with her.
Looks like Shannon O'Keefe has a chance for 270 down there. Is that right?
On 17-18, I believe you're correct.
Yep. And that's a
hands down the highest game on that pair.
big move for Shannon. She's in 13th or 14th, excuse me, at plus 76. So two games to kind of make note of. The 254 from McEwen. And looks like a 2-pin wiggling for Shannon.
Yeah, it was a 4-pin.
Or 4-pin, excuse me. But a big game for her nonetheless. And so kind of 2 power moves.
Yeah, that number is going to go up a couple times.
Late in this block. Final shot on the fill for Parkin. 7-pin for Sydney Brummett.
So I got to ask you, you're a Chicago native.
Yes,
so
sir.
would it be the White Sox or the Cubs?
White Sox.
Definite White Sox.
100%.
Okay.
My wife is a Cubs fan.
Oh.
She wants to be able to nicely argue about baseball.
Last summer I was in town, and we were in town the same time that the White Sox were playing the Cubs, so we went over to Wrigley Field. That was quite the event.
It's serious. It is pretty serious. Wrigley, was that your first time at Wrigley?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have it in the prenup that how the kids are going to be raised, whether it was going to be White Sox or Cubs? I bet you. I bet you that's happened. Somebody
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I mean, because Yankees, Mets, Cubs, Sox. I mean, it's just different.
Yeah.
There are a lot of a lot of people who are from the area and are fans of Chicago. So they don't pick a side, so to speak. They don't pick a team. But I just don't think that's proper. You gotta. There's one of the other.
Those are people that put ketchup on their hot dogs.
It's one of the other. Nice shot. And again, no rewards here.
That was much better. Went through the pins a lot better that time. Yeah, talking about Chicago, that's actually almost my next event. Got to head over there to do the Peterson Classic.
Oh, yes. Yeah. It's coming to an end.
Correct. Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, there's a lot of big squads that go into that event these last few weeks of August. And no one's shot 1,600 yet this year for 8. They've gotten close. Andrew Anderson, the PBA Pro, was in the lead for a while. And I know there's a young man that used to attend UW Whitewater that's currently tied for second. I think it's 1592 or 1594 for first.
Oh, is that right now?
Right now, yeah.
There was a local, Luke Voklander was 10 over going to the last game. At 170, I believe it was. You know what one of the best things about going to that tournament is?
What?
You have to travel with 2 bowling balls.
Yes. That's true.
Or sometimes travel with 0.
For those who aren't familiar with the Peterson, it's always historically it's been just a I guess the one word to describe it would be a challenge in every sense of the word. From you can't see. Is it still true? You can't see pins or there's like a wall.
As you're standing, there's the pictures out there. You actually have to throw your ball and you have to kind of duck a little bit to see what happens.
Some lanes, oil, no oil. You have no idea what could be out. A lot of people tend to bring, plastic or urethane. Throw it at the head pin.
And the pins are a whole nother story as well. Some of those pins looks like they brought them over from the original Peterson on 35th and Archer.
Miami Bowl.
Fred Flintstone brought them in.
True story is they would keep them on the roof of the bowling center for quite a while to get them distorted, and then they put them in the rack, and here we go.
I think there's one rack this year where I've heard people can go between the 2 and 3 pins again. That's always a trick too. Remember one year seeing somebody leave the 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10 when it was in Hoffman Estates.
Well, it's a lot easier now because they put dots on the approaches and you can see arrows on the lanes. Back in the day, that wasn't so.
I think at the new place somebody said they changed the panels out so you don't have the arrows and dots.
Oh.
On the lane itself, you still have it on the approach, but you don't have it on the lane.
All right.
I thought somebody mentioned that.
If you haven't bowled that, folks, in the chat, be sure to check that out at some point in your life. It's one of those, you got to bowl it at least once just to be able to experience it.
Just to laugh about what you
River
need.
Grove, Illinois.
Yep, Chicago suburb now. It's a west suburb.
What other tournament can you average 190 and finish in the top 100?
Sounds so much easier when you said it that way.
I did that once in my life, and it's one of my career highlights. And I did it with a house ball because my thumb insert on my urethane ball came out when I went to put it in the shopping cart, or when I went to get it weighed, and then they write your starting lane number in grease pencil on you, and they throw the balls in the shopping cart. My thumb slug came out, and it was at Hoffman Estates, so they still had the house balls. So I grabbed a 15-pound conventional house ball and shot 15-10.
Sam Lanto won it one year with a conventional grip on a resin ball.
Yeah.
A couple of really good games being thrown here right in front of us by Sidney Brummett and Rocio. They've just hit the pocket unbelievably every frame.
That was an accident. I mean, both of those players, they've made, at least Rowe, I think, has made a ball change at some point. And still can't get the 10 out. Is it a situation at this point, and we talked about kind of risk reward a little bit, where we've made a change, we're still getting 9, so let's make the spare and then move on to the next pair and kind of take your chances at that point?
Exactly. Her situation, she's well in the cut, so she doesn't have to take a risk. What place Sydney's in here. 20th. She needs to do a little something more. So definitely believe she's going to make this spare and try something else.
Good shot there from Kayla Pashina. Verity Crawley on 22. Just, all of a sudden for Verity at plus 26, tied for 23rd. Starting to run out of games in that situation.
A couple of rough games there, 159 and maybe 184.
With just a few games left, game 15 is coming up next.
You can see Sydney's going to the bag here for something else.
Someone mentioned in the chat in regards to urethane. I don't see a lot of the ladies throw it, but Verity is one who does throw urethane actually very often. Shannon Pluhowski throw urethane today.
Yeah, that's possibly in play right away, or for Shannon all the time because she's the only left-hander. Verity maybe, you know, first game or two possibly. Royal gets down the lane too much, you go to something else.
Here's Clara. Oh man, can't break that down. And for Guerrero now. Looking at something in the 170s. She is 9th at plus 118. From it, ball change.
Yeah. Much better shape there to it.
Like me some fill ball carry.
That's a great game though. 203
That
clean.
was.
Never a 9-pin tap version of a PWBA tournament when you need one.
That would have been last night.
Yeah, that would have been like correct.
I believe Rocio has left 6 straight 10 pins.
And Sid had 8, 9 spares. Of course. And she even had to give a smile of some sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised sometimes after games like that, these bowlers don't have a psychiatrist on speed dial. Just to let some frustrations go.
For me, it's more I would just want one of those big punching dummies. Just have it in a room or something and just give it a couple kicks or hits. That would pretty much it.
I saw a picture, I don't know if it's fake or not, on social media where the bowling center supposedly put punching bags on top of all the ball returns. You just go back and just whack at one. I've seen that picture. I've seen that picture. I'm hoping it's real somewhere where you just walk in and there's like 24 lanes and there's 12 punching bags on top of 12 ball returns. Be a beautiful thing.
Rocio's going to another ball.
Rowe has been really trading places with Liz Culkin for the lead at various points during the day. In second, Liz had the lead after round number 1. Rowe says, probably not going to throw that one. 191 clean. Final shot for Pluhowski. 7 on the field for 195, and game 14, right, is in the books.
I think that was just something in the bar. I don't know if there's a Vikings. Is there a Vikings preseason game tonight or tomorrow night? I don't remember.
All right.
Nonetheless. That was in the bar. That was a heck of a cheer.
Big pull tab win or something in there, maybe. I don't know.
All right. Want to thank Scott Pohl for joining us. Scott, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so
anytime.
much. It was fun.
Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks for doing this.
To stop by, of course, we look forward to at some point being back, obviously, here. And good luck the rest of the season. Enjoy the Peterson.
Thank you so much.
You're
Enjoy
welcome.
your time here.
That is Scott Pohl. We will take a small break as well. We'll get ready for game 15. 2 games left. Top 12 to advance here on Bowl TV. Game 15 is underway, and the scores, of course, are getting a little bunched, as we have talked about. Let's see if the scores are in after 14. They indeed are. Liz Culkin continues to lead at plus 280. Rocio Restrepo second at plus 233. Really only been 2 players who have been plus 200 throughout this round. They have been Liz and Rocio. Rihanna Cote, despite struggling to open this round, has moved into third at plus 199. Liz Johnson is fourth at plus 187. Erin McCarthy fifth at plus 168. Buttigieg Poplar is sixth at plus 152. Tied for seventh is Jordan Richard and Danielle McEwen now at plus 137. Shannon O'Keefe ninth at plus 135. Big game for Shannon, the 259. Stephanie Johnson is 10th at plus 131. Josie Barnes 11th at plus 116. And Sandra Gongora is 12th at plus 96. '96 is the number. Right now for 12th, Clara is just outside the number. 2 pins separating her and Gongora. Guerrero at plus 94. Lindsay Boomershine is 14th at plus 89. Missy Parkin 15th at plus 68. Jody Westner 16th at plus 67. Alicia Current 17th at plus 65. Sydney Brummett and Dasha Kovalova tied at plus 50. So we're getting down to it.
It's the point in the event where you see the pace just start to slow down a little bit. Players taking that extra second or two before each shot, making sure everything feels good.
Rarely do you see Gongora kind of turn her back on a shot, but she knew immediately that one was not going to get where it needed to. She is on lanes 21 and 22 along with Katie Ann Sop Schroeder. Shannon O'Keefe and Maria Jose Rodriguez. Again, Erin McCarthy, Verity Crawley, Danielle Vandermeer, and Clara Guerrero, Shannon Puhalski, Liz Culkin.
That thing almost looked like it right at McCarthy's toes. Read so early.
Or excuse me, Puhalski, Sydney Brummett, Rocio Restrepo, and Kayla Pashina. Again, plus 96. Right now, the number to the top 12. Looks like our last 3 pairs of the house. A little faster pace at the moment. And, well, someone has 6 out of 7 there, so that helps that situation. I think it was Liz Culkin.
Yeah, Liz doubled and rang a 10 pin, and now 4-bagger to follow.
Story, I would say, this week in regards to players has been, I would say, Liz Culkin, one. What she has done since the U.S. Women's Open. Obviously winning that event, making the show last week in St. Pete, and finished 3rd. And now leading again here on the PWBA Tour. Her confidence in just watching her bowl That's one thing to watch out. The other thing I'd say this week, it just right off the bat, would be Rocio. As I mentioned earlier, hadn't seen her really in the kind of the top of the standings in this type of situation all season. Talked to her yesterday, and she was ready to go. Said her game was feeling strong.
That's back-to-back 2-4-5s for Guerrero. We saw O'Keefe have problems with continuing to go long on that pair, and Scott Pohl mentioned earlier about how tough that pair is playing from lane to lane, and trying to string strikes together on the pair is tough.
Aaron McCarthy's block, I mentioned it in the previous game. She has now gone to 168, 184. A couple games ago, she had the highest block. But at the moment, still looks to, nope, Stephanie Johnson has gone 1303 for 6 games. Scott was really spot on. He talked about 25 and 26 and some of the scores, and sometimes you start to see a pair or notice a pair that tends to be a little bit more on the higher scoring side, and there are pairs that are not. And so again, as you can get off with something decent on the pairs that aren't so great, and then take advantage of those that are.
Culkin takes her string out to 5 in the 8th frame. But Rocio's responded in kind early with that 3-bagger before leaving that 10-pin. Wasn't me. I'm calling that one. Wasn't me. Glass falls off the back of the bleachers, and the ball falls off the back of the lane without taking both pins for Guerrero.
Culkin with the back 5. Someone else in the pair with the back 4. That is 27 and 28.
Danielle McEwen stepping up in 29-30. She's clean with a 3-bagger through 7, stepping up, working on a spare in the 8th. Put a strike on the board in the 8th.
Big shot from Brummett. See where Sid is. There's a question about Liz Johnson winning the PBA tournament. She did win excuse me. I apologize, folks, for the sniffles. I talked about my sinus issues earlier, so I'm sorry. Liz won the Chameleon Championship at the 2017 World Series of Bowling. That was one of the better things I'll ever see in my life. You got a chance to check that out and be there for it. So that is the answer to that particular question. have seen that look so many times today. The look of that was an excellent shot, and in this case, a ring 10. Again, those still in good range of the number. Sydney Brummett right now is 46 pins back. Guerrero, 2 pins back. She is in 13th. Comes back after that shot, takes a quick breather here just to kind of reset. That was Missy Parkin who had the other string of strikes on 27 and 28. And she wraps a 10 in the 9th frame. So Missy with really great opportunities and just poor carry. It's McCarthy. And she too leaves a 9 pin. That stops some early momentum. Trying to build.
Yeah, you mentioned Liz Johnson's title in the Chameleon Championship. Took out Anthony Pepe in the championship match, her good friend. And boy, a couple of big guns in that 4-2 match to open up the show. Wes Millott, Tom Smallwood. Wes Millott must have nightmares about Liz Johnson sometimes bowling against him.
That is part of the running situation. It's just the way it's been, obviously, for him. But those two best of friends. I talked to Wes about that actually during that time, and of course, he just talked about why Liz was so good, why she's able to do what she's able to do, and even do it obviously on the PBA Tour and be successful. And I've gotten to know Wes a little bit more recently as well. His participation with Earl's Journey to 900, such a great person. And Rowe, 3-6-10ing here on lane 25.
Well, there goes the Dutch game for O'Keefe.
She's been messing with those all day.
But it's just that attitude of, you got to remember 9 is good right now. 9 spectacular. You keep getting 9 spare, you're in a decent situation. String 3 or 4 in a row at the end of the game. Get off the pair with 220 instead of 190 with some opens and give yourself a chance. Rosier stares down at 3-6-10.
We've reached that point to where the players would like to express themselves via their frustrations, but are being great people.
Donate for Liz Culkin at the end of the game for her fill shot, but 257 on the board.
Well, Liz is, you know, kind of at this point, sights set a little higher. You know, obviously at this point going to advance and at this rate more than likely have the lead going into the round of 12 tomorrow morning.
And building that all-important cushion too, because pinfall carries over out of this round into the round of 12.
Total pins today, tomorrow.
No matrix of fairness here in the PWBA Tour. I like that.
So it's going to be, you know, she's now thinking, obviously, you know, the separation. How many pins ahead of 6th, you know, am I? Can I be the #1 seed? Although, you know, even if she happens to be the 5th seed, we know she can win from that seed because she did at the U.S. Women's Open. Also bowled in the opening match when she won her first title in Topeka. I believe she was the #3 seed. But bowled the first match and, of course, subsequently run the ladder there, too. Sop Schroeder. Indiana's giving it her best here. Now down to plus 23. Maybe a little bit too much to overcome. Good to see a couple local players, one a member, one a former member, have some success here in front of their family and friends. Great shot there for Restrepo. Row with a 3-bagger, 9-spare, 9-spare, 7-spare. And then back on the strike train in frame number 7. One of those local players we talked about, her Scott Pohl. Talk about Katie and Kayla. And Crawley, can she carry this time? No, that's the answer. Wow. Drummond in the 8th. 10-pin for Sid. 10-pin, 8-pin. The light mixer hit has, for the most part, been a successful one for carry purposes. Birgit Poplar with some emotion down on lane 18.
She's making a save on a game, it looks like. That's not a big score she's got. She's looking to get to 2-0. She can punch out the 10th. She's got the first one already. Yeah, it looks like 201 would be Poplar's max with the last two. And this spare right here coming up for Gongora, not exactly an easy one. And there you see one of the many reasons why.
Not sure I've seen more frustrated players in a long time. It's been a while to see, I mean, noticeable frustration. And, you know, in Rose's case, like we mentioned, she's going to advance. So, you know, that's not something she has to worry about, obviously, but, you know, still an opportunity to gain some knowledge and some more information as she moves on. But for those who have those frames that are potentially devastating each time it happens as we get to essentially the final frames, basically, with a game left. Heck of a shot for Gongora and a major rebound.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting your tail kicked by the pattern. And then when you're making great shots, all of a sudden your carry percentage is sitting at about 50%. And the combination of the two can drive one a bit up a wall at a point in time.
Clara, one of those players fighting for the top 12. What I believe to be 4 consecutive 10 pins. Now for Verity. And Shannon O'Keefe. Big double. O'Keefe currently plus 135. Just want to add to that number. Shannon the leader.
Ooh. And on 24, I wonder if that tightness down lane that Scott Pohl talked about came into play on that spare attempt for Clara Guerrero.
Regards to O'Keefe, the leader in the PWBA points list. Max score of 215 for Shannon. Last time we saw her on TV was the U.S. Women's Open. Rowe, a 3-time PWBA champion, will not roll the 2.
And we started talking about it, we pointed it out, now they stop. Come on, get down.
The fans, too, are
Donate for O'Keefe. There it is. But the 214 on the board for her.
fans kind of, knowing the situation for some players, and you can kind of feel that tense moment for the fans as well now. But to kind of go through it, and you don't have the best look, and continue to get through. Rhea has done that today. 10 finally down for Verity. Oh wow! Look at that leave.
She's going to have to get that 10 pin respotted in the original spot. Pin setter knocked it down for Gongora. So that'll be a moment until we get back to that pair.
insult to injury. Get the pin respotted and then chop the 6 off of it. And a 176 for Gongora at a very inopportune time.
That is major for SG. At plus 96.
Brummett in the books, 2-3-5 in game 15.
Wow, interesting enough. Sydney Brummett has now moved in front of Sandra Gongora. And Gongora again was the number. Clara, best she can do is shoot 175.
And Rocha got the 3 strikes early, just kept the scoreboard clean, and still now has a chance to punch for 224. That is huge. Keep that number 2 spot.
And now a 410 for Clara. Wow. So 12th, 13th. We're gonna have some new players in those respective spots.
Oh, ball just slices past the 9 for Restrepo.
Well, this could arguably be the best 216 game I've ever seen. It'll be from Barry, 214 from Rowe.
Who did we just see last game in that pair had all 9 counts? And
2 people.
yeah, all
Sydney
9
Brummett
strikes. I believe it was you right, Sydney Brummett.
and Rosillo, I think.
I jokingly made the 9-pin tap tournament reference, and now it's all appearing everywhere, and it's not the time for it, for my sense of humor, apparently.
6 9 spares, and I think all 10 pins for Verity.
I think she's got the attitude now is they all got to fall for me sometime. I don't think there was a ball change on this last shot. And right into game 16 we go. No rest for the Bowl TV booth.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to as everyone else at this point, because the standings just made some significant changes.
I'm just waiting to see Aaron Smith on roller skates trying to get all the scores from everybody within 8 or 10 spots of 12th place, because it's going to be that close.
Keeler kind of waves off that first shot like it was a bit errant on her part. See what type of information she maybe got even from an errant toss down the lane. Try to get back in the pocket in the third frame. She hits lane 26 again.
All right. After 15 games, Liz Culkin leading the way at plus 337. 90 pins now in front of Rocio Restrepo at plus 247 in second. Brianna Cote is third at plus 202. Danielle McEwen fourth at plus 184. Liz Johnson fifth at plus 176. Aaron McCarthy is sixth at plus 172. Jordan Richard is seventh at plus 156. Birgit Poplar is eighth at plus 152. Shannon O'Keefe is ninth at plus 149. Josie Barnes is 10th at plus 128. Stephanie Johnson is 11th at plus 108. Missy Parkin is 12th at plus 93. Lindsay Boomershine is 13th at plus 91. Sydney Brummett has moved up to 14th. Well, I tell you what, Phil, Olivia Sandham, talking about hanging tough, is 15th at plus 78 and has a chance to make the top 12.
We'll get a good look at her this game, but unfortunately for Sandham, it's 23 and 24. It's not been a favorable pair for a lot of players.
The last 4 games, 208, 221, 235, 226. Gongora just saw the 176. Falls to plus 72 and 16th. Kelly Kulik is 17th at plus 68. Alicia Curran 18th at plus 64. And that 152 game drops Clara all the way to plus 46, excuse me, in 19th. Well, I would still say, I guess, outside chance for Clara, but Alicia Current at plus 64. And on up, really, I would say, obviously, would have a legitimate chance at still making the top 12.
And sometimes it's not just about the score, it's about the number of bodies you have in the way between yourself and that cut line. It's easy to pass 2 people. It's not easy to pass 7 or 8. Somebody else is getting a better chance of catching the score and staying ahead of you.
2-8-10, unfortunately, for Liv here in the second frame.
And she went light on her first shot, leaving the 2-4-5, and barely picked up that spare conversion in the first frame. So Liv finding what a lot of the other players are finding when they get to this pair, it's playing tighter than the pairs to their left.
Boy, and there's Boomershine. 2 falls, so she's got the 8-10. They're going to have to navigate this pair to the best of their abilities and hopefully beyond this frame be able to, at this point, leave 9 spare. You just never know what's going to happen elsewhere, but we know 9 spare is certainly okay based on what we've seen on this pair today.
Thing is, for somebody like Sandham now, the rest of the way out, 9 spares.
Correct.
You got to get in all or nothing mode, unfortunately. looking at Sandom's going to one bag, going to another bag, figuring out what she might want to take out. She's walking back again.
Well, it's pivotal.
Yeah.
This theoretically could be the moment for her. Final game. In her situation, yes, you're correct. 9 spare will not do it because you can't count on those directly in front of you to give you a break.
And Josie Barnes finding trouble early this game. She's looking at her second open in 4 frames. Wow, huge break there for Stephanie Johnson. Crossover keeps the string at 3.
Big shot. I guess that's the right answer, certainly from a ball change perspective.
Keeler can't get the momentum going. Wrap 10 after the strike.
Thanks to Aaron Smith for already at the pad out. The score's out.
Wow.
Open frame for Kulik. Let us know that Missy Parkin, who is 12th, has a max score currently of 210.
And she still has a 210 alive. She just struck on lane 16. They're just entering the 9th frame. Wow, Shannon O'Keefe with a single pin miss in the 4th frame. She just spared in the 5th. How many single pins might haunt some of these players at the end of this round?
.3610 there for Liv. One who just was just left of target. Gongora on cue leaves a 3.610 as well. And for SG, she has gone on back-to-back splits before leaving the 3.610. Kulik at plus 68. Sorry.
Oh,
Phil.
she was just hitting herself in the head on the way back. Like, that was dumb on that missed spare last frame, and wow. That one found the razor's edge for Liz. Well, Barnes has got lane 22 figured out. She needs to figure out 21 in a hurry. She can't afford another open, can she? Not really. She's only 35 up on the number. Parlay that crossover in the 3rd. Gotta take advantage of the breaks when you receive them.
Nicely done. First strike for Cote that game. But in obviously very good shape is Bree at plus 202 in third. She'll be in the top 12 tomorrow. Danielle McEwen, crazy to think where she was earlier. And games of 269, 254, 247. Her 3 major games this round, and she is in fourth.
This could be the ball of the tournament right here for Barnes. Forget the 300 game earlier today. It's getting a double here. There's game 16.
.479 picked up by Clara Guerrero on 29 and 30. Shine again. If you're just joining us, she is 13th at plus 91 on 23 and 24. Sydney Brummett is down on 31 and 32. She's 14th at plus 85.
Oh, beautiful ball by Stephanie Johnson for the front 5. Left. Left for Liz.
Sandham at plus 78.
Just gotta feel like they're in jail right now in that pair. Missed a little left, it instantly goes face, missed a little right. And then Poplar pops out the 7 and 10.
Your get is 8th at plus 152. There are some players with a few strings going. They are down on 29 and 30 at the moment.
Erin McCarthy open in front 4 on that pair.
Just to remind you, we'll keep the stream going.
Pardon me, spare and 4 in a row for McCarthy.
After the, or to get the official announcement of who will advance to the top 12. I tell you, the players, Lindsay and Olivia, for example, they're going to need some help from the players above them. Unfortunately, having to finish on this pair today.
I'll tell you what, Josie Barnes striking like crazy on lane 22. Problem is her 10th frame. It's going to be in the lane she's struggling on, lane 21.
Johnson looking to keep the string going and keep the climb up the top 12 going as well. Just flush. It's Crowley. It's got a spare, and now the open in the next 5. McCarthy spared in the 6th frame.
Liz Holken finished with plus 350.
Shabby day in the lanes, just over 222.
Thanks to Aaron Smith. Missy Parkin shot 189. She finishes at plus 82. So for everyone scoring at home, again, Missy Parkin.
And Gangora in trouble. She had 3 consecutive opens this game, and she's looking at maxing out right now at 185.
Steph looking to solidify her spot.
Barnes needs this. Finally gets a double. Gets the strike to carry on lane 8. Oh. That's a soul crusher right now.
Yeah, it's been that kind of day for Diana. They're still working hard, but having a smile on her face. Big spare. It's a big spare for Boomer Shine, still fighting to get into the top 12. Lindsay still max score of 223. Just 1 strike through 6 frames. Verity Crawley can come out of nowhere and get into the top 12.
Right, Shannon O'Keefe and Inc. on that top 12 right there. Straight in the 2 O's, can be in 240 if she punches in the 10th. With an open frame, she's at a minimum of 2-0.
So Crawley, is that 7 in a row for Verity?
That
Or
is
6?
6 in a row. She's going to be entering the 8th frame. Open in the first, 6 in a row through the 7th. And a big open for Liz, but well, she's going to be in the 1 teens in the 7th frame. It can make life interesting. Barnes looking to hold in. Clutch shot.
Josie 10th at plus 128.
she can add to her plus now. She was looking pretty unstable through 6 frames.
No, Missy Parkin unofficially is in the books at plus 82. She was 12th coming in.
Crowley just stepped up, 8th frame. Crowley just struck in the 8th frame.
Well, if she gets them all, she can get to plus 93. So right now, Verity making a few people, despite already what those folks may be doing in regards to their own bowling, but making them sweat just a little bit more.
I think anybody near that 12 spot right now, it wouldn't matter. All they have to do is look somewhere and see a string of strikes on the board. Doesn't matter who it's from, they're going to get nervous. Why are they striking? I'm not.
Kelly at plus 68. Kelly won't be able to have enough. Big shot for Boomershine. That is 1. Steph J. Ooh.
Quick off the hand. Didn't look like it wanted to rev up like previous shots.
Some great bowling down the stretch from Shannon O'Keefe. Last few games, 207, 259, 214.
And a possible 248. Pardon me, 238 to finish this game.
Last couple weeks, Shannon has been doing a great job of closing, finishing blocks. Came up just a touch short last week. Going to get into the top 5. But first goal accomplished for O'Keefe, and now also looks like Stephanie Johnson as well. Making the top 12.
Liz with the ball change. And that goes a little long for her.
Poplar, not out of sight just yet. Well, if she keeps things clean, she'll still be in very good shape. Olivia Sandham not going to have enough, but gotta admire her bowling this week. Kept herself not only in contention, but a real chance, especially very early on. Early struggles. Big spare for Liz Johnson.
A big ball here for Barnes.
Some players just trying to get through this thing.
How about that for clutch? Struggles all over lane 21 the first 3 shots, and now puts a 4-bagger on the board, locks herself into the marrow. Well, let's just kick her again on lane 24. Oh, it fell. Okay. Yeah, you can see the ecstasy running over DZ's face right now about the 10 falling late.
Nice piece of bowling there for Josie Barnes.
Stay patient and fight it out. And Crowley just left the 10 pin in the 9th frame.
And that'll more than likely end her chance at it.
Gongora 163, so there's no way with her getting back up in the top 12. Great finish by Josie Barnes.
Verity made the spare. But what's that, 258 max?
258 max.
Best Olivia Sandham can do overall is fall to plus 75. Unsure what Sydney Brummett's down on the in pair, right? 31 and 32.
Yep. She would be. I'll take a walk down and take a look here.
Try to get an update on Sydney Brummett's score. Sid was 14th. Gongora won't have enough. 163 on the back half of for SG. All right, here is Boomer Shine. Still no doubles.
Brummett in the books at 197 for her final game.
197, so she is tied with Missy Parkin at plus 82.
Good finish for Pamela Anderson. Gets the 211 on the board.
Liz is going to lose a few pins, but it won't be enough to move her out of the top 12. Sandham can get to 197. That would put her at plus 75, which in this situation, without having all the scores, you never know. It's unlikely, but we don't know. Let's spare. I know we've seen a few single pin misses here and there, but we've seen some very good spare making 3, 6, 9, 10s.
I mean, Sandon was one of the ones that was making those huge spares all day. 6-7-10 and 2-4-10s to keep clean games going, and unfortunately, it's starting to look like it may. And you got to look at earlier in the day too. She had a couple of fouls, but she had some issues with the approaches earlier in the day, and the pinfall costs you when you have a spare washed out by a foul.
And Boomershine in the 10th. I've been trying and trying and trying, boy, on this pair to make something happen, and never could find a double. Nice bowling by Olivia Sandham.
Yeah, I mean, 2 doubles between the 4 players on this pair to this point for the whole game. And now she wraps the head pin around the 10.
Wow.
Tough one to take for Boomershine. This will be the last ball in the building. And then it's just waiting for that cut to the top 12 to become official.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes round 2 of the
Well,
BowlerX.com PWBA Twin
unofficially,
Cities Open.
mentioned the tie with Parkin and Brummett, and that could be the tie for the final spot.
We could have bonus bowling.
That could be bonus bowling.
And to tomorrow's top 12. So just hang tight and we'll have our official announcement.
There could be indeed some bonus bowling. Wow. What a what a weird ending to, I guess, the day.
It was waiting for the excitement level to build, but you couldn't build it off of strings of strikes because the lanes played so tough towards the end. The pairs played tough all day as it was, and you get some bowlers that are close on 23 and 24 that just could not get anything going. 2 doubles out of the 4 players that entire game on 23 and 24, and there's going to be a lot of players looking back over 16 games of qualifying going, woulda, coulda, shoulda. And, I mean, it's going to be – I can't picture it outside of 12th place being more than 40 pins down to 16th, 17th, 18th place.
Tough to watch, certainly at the end of it, honestly, and to watch Sandham and Boomershine really, it's all kind of rudimentary at this point, but if they get a couple doubles, they could be advancing.
So waiting for the scores to be tabulated. We need to make everything official. Scores will be verified by Kathy Watkin crew at the tournament office. And once we get final standings, if there is a roll-off, it'll take place right here on Bowl TV, right on the pair you see in front of you here. Lanes 23 and 24. Hey, we're going to make your bowl off to tomorrow, and we're going to stick you on the toughest pair in the house while we're at it. We're going to really make you earn it if you want to see action on Saturday. My early advice is everybody should refresh their drinks, maybe grab a snack, and maybe join us for some bonus bowling shortly.
Yeah, we'll know in 1 second. Make sure the double and the triple check, of course, for the official number. While we have a moment, I want to give a shout out to the great staff here at Cedarville Lanes. The lanemen, Craig McDonald, Jeff Rude, Greg, actually, earlier we talked about some cushions. He brought us some seat cushions, and they have certainly helped. We appreciate that. Big thanks to Brent Prentice, the proprietor here at Cedarville Lanes, and all of his staff, both the desk at Cedarville Fitz, the restaurant. Fantastic food. I don't think I've had a meal outside of Fitz's there. Actually, that's not true. I had one meal outside of the Bowling Center restaurant, but honestly, there's been no reason to not eat there because it's been fantastic.
Can I place an order now and just get it? I might do that shortly. I gotta wait to see what the official results are, but maybe placing that order at Fitz's very, very shortly.
I want to thank all of the viewers. All of you are checking in. Again, do not leave. We have one tie, and although it is unofficial, we're waiting to see where that tie is and if it's for the final spot for the round of 12 tomorrow. Yes, I will gladly take a seat cushion on the metal bleacher.
Would you take a Vikings seat cushion, though? That's the question.
I absolutely would have taken.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Bears fans.
I was going to say I'm a Packer fan. That's a tough one for me.
Wasn't tough for me at all.
Yeah, it'd be a tough one for me to.
I'm always going with the health.
I'd rather stand.
But
Yes.
to be fair, if it was a Packer seat cushion, I might have had to gut it out. Again, if you're just joining us, we are awaiting the top 12 official announcement number. We know there is a tie. We believe it's for the final spot, but we won't know for sure, of course, until the official announcement has been made. Do want to highlight a few things, though, and a few players, because things just looked a little different after one round. Talked about Danielle McEwen, who came into round 2 in 14th at plus 79. Of course, she moves up to 4th. Not sure where she will finish this round, but great bowling by D-Mac late. Jordan Richard was 15th, tied for 15th. And I didn't see her final score, but it looks like it's going to be enough to hang on into the top 12. She was tied with Erin McCarthy, who had a great block in round 2 also and will be in the top 12. So that's already 3 players who started this round outside of the number who are in. Verity Crawler gave it a run. If Verity, you go back to 23 and 24 and the 6 or 7 9 counts that Verity left in game 15. And kudos to her. She was clean that game. To shoot 216 just to give herself a chance to even make the top 12 with the run she was on late in game 16, but not enough.
And you look at Stephanie Johnson, 10th place coming in, far from a sure thing, and start off that last game. Take advantage of a crossover in the third and start with the front 7 and lock yourself in. Great performance there by Stephanie Johnson.
Actually, Steph was, it's we didn't give her enough credit. She was 26th.
Oh, there we go.
At plus 28. Am I looking at the right one? She was plus 28 in 26th place after round number 1 and solidified her spot in the final game. Oh, great bowling from Steph. Jordan Richard, Erin McCarthy. Talked about blocks being very high. Liz Culkin, of course, don't remember what she finished with, but she had 1,500 after 7 games. Liz Culkin has been on a run. Will it continue throughout the rest of the season? Well, her run has become a storyline for something to continue to look forward to, because now she's got 1 major this year. Miss made a show last week. She's in great position, obviously, to make another one this week. And the weeks keep going by. All of a sudden, we'll be at the Tour Championship.
Well, and the tough part of keeping the run is here you come off this major. Hey,
and we had a break.
We'll see you in a month. And, you know, to gut it out like she's talked about with you guys, to gut it out and keep the practice routine and keep the mental and physical things going, the process of constant improvement that she's undergoing, and it's worked well for her. And, you know, sometimes we see those layoffs can be a game killer for some players. We've seen it over the years on any bowling tour. And she's held tough all the way through after that big win.
Yeah, sometimes the break can be one big, long commercial break, if you will. But mentioned earlier, you know, Liz and Diana and other players, Rocio talked about, just kind of have taken advantage of the break in regards to utilizing it to fix some things that they felt within their physical games just weren't right, weren't going to get it done, weren't going to offer them the most success that they can have. See you as in still hanging out in the chat. Appreciate that. Feel free to join in on that convo we just talked about, as some of you have. My man Thomas, I'm going to hold you to that. And I have no ties to North Carolina, so any seat cushion you got, I'm all about it. I'm all about it. Of course, the greatest basketball player of all time went to North Carolina, so
no arguments for me on that one. 0 arguments for me. I think it was the last time I actually went to a Milwaukee Bucks game was when Jordan was playing for the Bulls. And that was a tough ticket to get, because that was like Chicago Stadium North back in the day.
I'd have to imagine that a Bucks ticket now is still kind of difficult to get out. I know a lot of players still live it, but we'll get into that in 1 second.
Start with your tournament leader, Liz Calkin, at plus 350. Qualifying second is Rocio Estrappo. And third, Brianna Cote. Qualifying fourth, Erin McCarthy. Followed by our 5th place qualifier, Danielle McEwen, at plus 180. And 6th, we have Shannon O'Keefe. Qualifying 7th, Jordan Richard. And 8th, we have Liz Johnson. Qualifying 9th at plus 150 is Stephanie Johnson. Our 10th place qualifier, Birgit Perpler. And 11th, Josie Barnes at plus 141. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie for our 12th and final qualifying spot between Sydney Brummett and Missy Parkin at plus 82. We will have a 1-game roll-off on lanes 23 and 24. If we could have Sydney Brummett and Missy Parkin head on down to 23 and 24. Per PWBA rules, the highest block will get to determine who starts that match, and Missy Parkin has the highest block total. We're going to give the ladies 5 minutes of warm-up on 23 and 24. And then we'll get started. See who will advance into tomorrow's top 12.
Well, there you have it. It is official. We do have a tie. It'll be Missy Parkin versus Sydney Brummett for the 12th and final spot. Arguably the largest about the amount of pins between 11th and 12th? I mean, you've done a lot of bowling. Have you seen something, that large of a margin?
You don't expect the 60-pin gap. 59 pins, you don't expect that type of gap. And if you think about it, tomorrow, that's going to be a huge handicap to one of these players coming in to try to make the top 5, because you're already 60 pins behind your next closest competitor.
I tell you.
Yeah, can you make up a few spots in 8 games? Absolutely. Can you make up 7 with that much of a deficit? Best of luck to you on that.
That just really makes it for all of the players that were in contention. That having that or knowing the number and how many pins separate 11th and 12th kind of makes you feel. It's got to make me. It would make me feel just a touch worse to go. Wow, that was the number, right? And then so many pins in between that were at some point available. But man, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see who's 14th, 15th, 16th, and on down right now. How close they actually are. That plus 82.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, they're going to battle, and this pair has undoubtedly been a battle.
Some of you, it's out of the gates with a 3-bagger.
Yeah.
Good luck catching up.
I'm not sure there'll be very many strikes. And it's not obviously because they're not good. It's because the pair has not yielded very many X's on the board. But nonetheless, Missy Parkin have a chance to advance.
See, Missy hit this pair in game 3 this morning and game 2 this afternoon. So she hit this pair very early on, where with Sydney Brummett hit it in game 4 this afternoon and game 6 tonight. So Brummett's used to a little bit more to see the difference in the pair, as it was later in the block, where for Missy Parkin, she only saw this when it was relatively fresh. Slight advantage to Brummett? Possibly. Of course, even with this 5 minutes of practice right now, they can do enough damage to the remnants of this lane pattern to really change things. I don't think it's actually anything where they can actually build up a shot for themselves. It's try to find the best part of the lane to play where you know you're going to get 9. And with a few shots we've seen from Missy here, there's been a couple of 7s out there. There's also been a couple of 8s for Sydney Brummett as well.
Well, we've watched this pair, so give me a little strategy, if there's any, you think.
I think throwing it, getting deep where Sydney's at, and taking the flat 10 on occasion is the way to go. I think if you try to play too far right, it's going to get snaky on you, and if you play too far left, if you miss right, you're going to give yourself just an absolute ton of trouble. I think the slower ball speed is going to be the key as well. Give the ball time to react. You're deep enough. Give it time to get back. And if you flat 10 on occasion, take the go with the bad. Right there, you see Brummett try to pick up the ball speed from that last shot, and it just read early and crossed over. She tried playing the high hard one. And you see the difference in the lanes. You see Parkin right now knows 23 is tighter. She was easily 5 and 3 right on that lane.
And of course, just to keep you updated with the right info, in case there is a tie after this match, we'll then go to a 1-ball roll-off on the same pair of lanes. And the highest seeded competitor would have choice and order. Starting lane.
From what Tania Milligan said for order in this match, Missy Parkin had the higher qualifying block, therefore she will have lane choice to start the match. So I would assume that would be the same thing for the tiebreaker as well.
What lane would you want to finish on? I mean, they're
After seeing everything all day, I'd want to finish on the right lane. Yes, you're finishing after your opponent, but the right lane has been more consistent, especially if you miss a little right. You're not getting yourself in as much trouble. You float one too far right on 23, you're looking at super washout. You could even actually still be looking at a gutter ball if you really get errant with a shot. And practice is done.
already seeing a few predictions in the chat on scores. Yeah, I think it's couldn't even tell you what we could see. We could see 230. We could see 240. Like, because to me, and all of the things that we tend to see, you could see the most interesting things, the things you wouldn't expect sometimes always happen. It's understandable. It's crazy.
I'm thinking if somebody gets out of here with 215, they're the winner.
That starts at 10 o'clock. Sydney, whenever you're ready. Missy, good luck.
That's surprising. Missy must have thought she found something on 23 because that's where she wants to finish. She's going to let Brummett start the match. Brummett's going to finish in what I think is the better lane on the pair.
Well, Sid the kid, who is in the Rookie of the Year race, right now behind Jordan Richard in that, but another chance to make a round of 12, and you never know what this type of moment could do to a season. Underway. The strike for Brummett.
And you see how tight of a line she's playing on lane 23 as compared to what you're going to see for her on 24. There's a bit more friction on that lane.
Missy Parkin. First shot on the right lane.
Needs to hold. Wow. I thought that was going to be flush on the head pin.
Missy always has some, sometimes some cool reactions as well. And I think she thought maybe the same thing and surprised that carry, but chance for an early double, as someone just mentioned in the chat and talked about lack thereof in regards to the doubles category in the previous game. Much better, obviously, 10 back for Parkin early double. Fans crowding around 23 and 24. The bleachers, of course, are here. They are around near the front counter as well as Brummett steps up.
Make sure everything is in position for that approach starts. That needs to hold as well, and that comes up high. Looked a little over the top of it at release.
For Brummett, singles champion, intercollegiate singles champion in 2017. Finished 6th at the Queens. Probably the first time she's been in that type of moment. She was involved in the 3 spots for 4-player in the last match.
It's the most exciting match
yeah.
in a major, no doubt about it. The reason why we're being so quiet is we are literally right on top of the bowlers here. I like it. Oh, 4-pin high.
Yeah, I think she liked it as well. Good shot.
Once again, we mentioned before this Rolloff even started, somebody gets out with an early 3-bagger, you get down 30 early, it's going to be a tough hill to climb. Those last 7 frames, Missy Parkin can come back up now and put a strike out in the 3rd and even just a spare in the 4th and keep it clean. That's a big hill for Brummett to overcome.
All right. And it's not quite stepladder pressure. But when you're only match going on in the center, it's got to feel like it a little bit.
100%. Everyone watching. For us. Funny that you say that, of course, being quiet, but going from literally the most noise in the building to the least amount of noise in 5 minutes.
It's a little right of the 4-pin shot, and you see it doesn't come up. And just when you had a chance to really put the screws to your opponent, you leave a possible opening.
Makeable spare in the 210 for the Team USA member.
Do you give up the counter celery and try to convert it and really keep the momentum your way? That's a tough call.
I think in the situation where the amount of pins, the margin of difference, we know that every pin counts.
Yeah, she's going pretty direct at that 2-pin. Saves the count.
I think a little early to go for it.
Yep.
At worst, you're down 3. Knowing that you just threw a great shot last time you're up on 23. I think that was a tough frame either way. I mean, she obviously tripped the 4 first frame and a shot that we all thought maybe was a big 4 and had to make some type of move. Fourth frame parking.
Dead flush. Thing of beauty right there.
So 2 Team USA members, current Team USA players. The young Brummett and Parkin. Sydney, parents here. Sure, I saw Missy's family here as well this week.
Much better off the hand. And it comes up light. That's surprising. Both players coming up light on what I thought were better shots than their first attempts on that lane.
Boy, and all of a sudden, it's lane 23 that looks to be early on, of course, the better of the 2.
And how about that? The importance of Missy's count right now. The 6 count by Brummett puts Missy in the lead by a pin. Need some help.
And an open frame for Brummett. Each player with an open, but Parkin has surrounded hers with 3 strikes. And Brummett wasted no time.
So that little creep a little farther left with the feet. Brummett, when she was getting herself lined up on this shot. Maybe a farther left.
Much better. Bang. A shot there from Brummett. Got to give you a little confidence, but again, 24. What does Missy do here, you think?
I think she just keeps the line a little tighter like she did first frame. I don't think there was any movement on the approach. It's just make a better shot. It's definitely left of where she was, but that's high. That was easily 3 boards left of where she was on that last attempt on that lane.
6-10 there for Parkin.
And of course, landing 3 left when you're trying to belly the ball out, that back end motion magnified when it leaves the pattern.
What generally referred to as a routine spare. He takes care of business, but we've seen some crazy things this week.
Just can't afford the chop. mismatch, as close as it's going to be all the way through. 12 pins the lead now. Parkin.
See the 2011 Queens champion. Now a 9-time member of Team USA. And if you're just joining us, this is for a spot in the top 12, the round of 12, which would take place tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. Dead money.
And the ladies have proven me wrong.
On 23.
There's the reason why Missy wanted to finish on 23. It wasn't to make her opponent finish last. It's because she feels more confident in that lane.
So far, perfect on 23.
I know her good friend Scott Norton is watching this back at home in California and holler at me. She likes that lane. If Scott's not too busy at Disneyland right now, that is.
Back to Brummett for a double.
Nope. Ball picked up way early.
That lane's brutal.
Yes. I'm waiting for a ball to go down and start to see sparks actually fly off of it as early as that ball's starting to pick up right now.
It might be a spare shooting contest on the right lane.
Don't hook too far. Oh. Cover's made, but still down by a dozen.
Halfway home. Well, we're getting a treat early. Tomorrow was supposed to be the live TV finals of this event, and it will be, of course.
This is the pre-step ladder.
But a little bonus bowling, a little step ladder action. It's got the feel that something, obviously something's on the line, but something a little more.
Looks better. There we go. What kind of move can you make on 24? Do you gut out a possible ball change? I mean, everything's written. It's either you're reading way early or way late. There's no in between on that lane. And if Missy can gut out a double here again, that really changes what Brumman's got to look for when she gets back up.
These moments are what make athletes and these players so great. I mean, do you make that type of move? I mean, if you have one more game, maybe even flirt with checking out what's on the outside portion of the lane. But you don't have that luxury. You had 6 more frames. That's got a hook. It's not 1, 2, 8, and
It's
like
makeable.
It's one or the other.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to be a spare shooting contest on 24.
But the problem is for Brummett, she can't afford a spare shooting contest in the 10th frame. So right now she's down by a dozen.
But I would venture to say that even with the head pin standing, this is a tough spare because of what's happening on this lane.
You could overhook past the 2-pin and send it to the right of the 8. It's too much angle.
Make it Missy. She's going to hook at it. This clips the 8. She got it done, though. She's got 1 frame left on 24.
And the good news for her is it's not her 10th one. And if she can find a strike here and then find a strike in the 9th, it might not even get to the 10th frame for Brummett.
And if you're just joining us, Rolloff for the final spot. 11th was, I believe, plus 141. These two tied at plus 82. Yikes.
Wow. And the tide has turned.
That one in. A touch on her good lane. She had been perfect until the 8th frame. And Brummett on a strike is in the driver's seat.
Oh, if Brummett wants to start paving her way to becoming a PWBA champion,
kind of starts with his shot.
This is certainly what Sydney has wanted. Wanted to be a PWBA player. Great pedigree, of course. Two-time All-American at Wichita State. 8th frame.
That's good. That's good.
My goodness.
Just labeled what she needed to on that shot.
That was a great shot.
The spare here keeps her up by 2 pins. And if she strikes in the 9th, she can't get shut out before she steps up again.
Important for Sid, obviously, to just regroup, relax. That was such a big shot. It's such a great shot. You want to make sure you take the necessary time on the spare. Takes care of business.
Like you said here, take your time. Spare ball's coming back up. Think about what you want to do on 23.
Like what Shark Beta asks, what do you got to do? Run down there and kick them over at this point? Yes, Shark Beta. That's what you got to do on 24 at least.
Or throw a shoe at it, either or. Not let Parkin shut her out, or she can step up in the 10th. Strikes needed for that.
Oh, wow.
On a shot that was a little more spinny at the pocket, the 7 goes down that time for her.
Gotta love bowling. And as Phil mentioned, now she cannot be shut out. Speaking of Brummett, all Missy can do is put the most amount of pressure on possible. Max score of 202.
And now trying to strike in the lane they've struck on since the first frame. Honestly, haven't been that close to since then either. Oh, left. Needs a push. Big break.
Hey. Honestly, I'm not sure how that hasn't happened for either player up until this frame. And kudos to them for obviously trying to make it work to get to the 1-3, but just surprised that we hadn't seen a shot go Brooklyn on that lane yet.
Yeah, like I said, I was expecting to see sparks when that ball got to about 30 feet because the middle of the lane there is just so fried out. Can't be hardly any of the lane conditioner left. 25 feet down in that part of the lane. Oh, we now have a 1-frame match. I'm going to have a 2-pin advantage. The 8 teased her.
Oh, man. Great shot, though. You see Missy just great shot, projected it. The last shot on that lane just was left.
And all this is right now is you got to match me.
Big shot coming up.
Parkin setting the pace. Whatever she does, Brummett matches, she wins.
Parkin, push, bang. Woo.
Just makes you wonder where she went wrong in the 8th frame with that shot with the big split. Whether she just gave it a little extra on the bottom. If Parkin strikes here, Brummett needs a double and 9. Get to tomorrow. Double and 8, we have another tie.
one ball roll off.
Okay with keep going with bonus bowling. Must have.
Hooked early. So double and eights is enough for Brummett. As we all know from watching Norm Duke at the USBC Senior Masters earlier this year, sometimes the 8 is the toughest part.
Double and 8. Simply put, that is the situation. First shot for Brummett.
She's yet to strike on this lane this game. Oh.
Threw a good shot. The exhale coming off the approach, but Missy Parkin will move on to tomorrow's round of 12. Or Brummett finished on what turned into the tougher of the two lanes, and I don't think there was any question that lane 23 was the toughest coming into it. Missy Parkin getting a key break, and sometimes, and I know the opinions on things like Brooklands and whatnot, but
it's part of the game.
It's part of the game, and sometimes players like a Missy Parkin who are overdue.
And the fill ball always carries when it doesn't matter.
And we get a break when necessary. 201 to 184. Missy Parkin just gave us a few more lines to write in our story tonight. And in the Aggies.
That will start again at 10 a.m.
Well,
And we'll have a fan fest at 1:30 p.m. and
should
our
be a
live
good round of
CBS
12.
Network Stepladder Finals right here at 4
Just to
o'clock.
recap for you,
Everybody be safe. Good night.
Liz Culkin
Everyone
is your
be
leader.
safe, be good,
Don't have
and
the final
support
totals. They'll be
sport.
updated momentarily now that the roll-off is complete. But Liz Culkin, your leader, and Missy Parkin earned the final spot. Again, be on the lookout. PWBA.com. We'll have all of the news and details and everything you need. We'll be back with you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central Time here on Bowl TV. And, of course, all leading up to CBS Sports Network Live TV Finals at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Great job, Phil.
Thanks again, Emil. Appreciate everything. And another great day sitting in with you. We survived 17 games of bowling today. That's a new record for me. That is a new record, 17 games.
That's a good point. I think we've had one roll-off already this season, and it happened back in Fountain Valley. So, again, congrats to Missy Parkin. I'm sure she is talking with her team and figuring out what they're going to do for tomorrow. She's going to have some pins, obviously, to make up.
Yeah, that's a lot of pins to make up.
She's going in down 60.
Yeah, she's
just
100 out of the show already.
Yeah.
So that's a lot to make up in 8 games, especially when the averages are this slow and the pattern is this tough.
I want to thank Scott Pohl, who joined us earlier in round number 2. So we'll look to have a few more guests, of course, in tomorrow. 6 games is going to go by quick, folks, so be sure you're tuned in. So for Phil Brylow and everyone involved, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll see you tomorrow, 2018 BowlerX.com, PWBA Twin Cities Open here on Bowl TV. Good night.